Figyelj! Na jöjjünk a menjen! És akkor ismét egy kis horror. Na sziasztok, hello, ez itt a Call of Cthulhu Empty Slotba kezdjük is a játékot. A Chapter 1-es Pierce Investigations Agency Bostonba. Edward Pierce, veterán első világháborús katona, gondolom, Boston 1924-ben, azt nem is mondtam, és teljesen el van merülve az emlékeiben a likőr áztatta altató pirulák mellett. Tehát most már ő egy magán nyomozó, akinek elég sok gondja van felderítenie egy ügyet. Igen. Tehát mert konkrétan elveszti, teljesen el van vesztve az esze, tehát teljesen kész, nincs agy, meg van őrülve, bolondulva, PTSD, na szóval, értitek. Találnia kell egy új ügyet, mert különben elveszítheti a licencet, a nyomozói jelvényt. Nem kell gyógyszerre inni. Hát ő azt tolta. Csak megpróbáltam eljátszani, hogy én is. Lovecraft. Micsoda, itt ilyen izék vannak kezdésből? Akartam mondani még egy kis ilyen kis bevezető. Sensitivity-t azt kicsit. Hát, hogy akartam mondani, de itt most az úgy látszik, hogy hát igen, in medias res, de attól még VASD bevezető, meg ilyenek. Én játszottam úgy egy Call of Cthulhu-val, nem is tudom, a Clive Baker Call of Cthulhu-val. Ha volt ilyen, már nem emlékszem, nagyon rég volt, de játszottam valami ilyesmivel. Ezt nem tudom, hogy Tóti például te ismered-e. Esetleg valaki más. Nem tudom már mi volt a játék neve. Bolt Cutter. Ez igaz, Dudi. Mindent te se ismerhetsz. Ezt szépen elvágjuk. Ide éreztem a csattant. Ezt nem lehet átvágni, vagy nincs értelme. Lejövünk ide, hát nem tudom mi ez. Igen, szentély, barlangi szentély. Belekkel, vízi belekkel és cápákkal. Cápa belekkel. Tehát az eddig is ment. Ne harcoljunk, mi vagyunk a kiválasztottak, vagy kiválasztottak vagyunk, inkább. Szekta. Hínye. Nem fog rajta golyó. Nem! Jó, csak egy álom volt. És hát... Én nem kéne gyógyszerre inni. Tényleg nem kéne. Itt ilyenek vannak? Micsoda, itt ebbe ilyenek vannak. CNLB. Spot Hidden, Psychology, Investigation, Eloquence, Rank T, Medicini, Okkultizmi. 0 CP van, per pillanat 0 CP van, és a mostani This is the Case, First Investigation Agency-nek. The doctor can well repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay. But I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings I probably won't wake up. Tehát, hogy a doktor azt ismételgeti, vagy mi, hogy az orvosságomra már nincs szükségem többet, ahhoz, hogy az emlékeimet észben tartsam. De én tudom, hogy ha abba hagyom, akkor vagy az emlékeimet elnyomjam. De tudom, hogy ha abba hagyom, akkor az emlékek visszajönnek, és egy ilyen reggelen talán föl se ébredek. Nem lesz fordítás. Fordítotok ti egymásnak. Jelölök mindjárt valakit. Inkább angolul olvasom föl. Sok idő, hogyha mindent lefordítok én, úgyhogy egy tolmácsot bízunk meg a chaten. Dank, jelöl ki egy tolmácsot, köszönjük. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams, but they are different and unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? No, ezt az egyet utoljára. A kezelés ellenére még újra hallom így is a hangokat az álmaimban. De most már mások, ismeretlenek, vagy ismeretlen. Valamilyen mély, ősi mélységekből származó akármi, micsoda névtelen teremtmény, akármicsoda az, ami engem hívhat. Valahogy így. Na, és akkor van ilyen is, hogy Sanity. Engem nem jelölhetsz meg tolmácsnak, én a streamer vagyok. Tehát, hogy a streamer jelöl ki valakit, aki kijelöl egy tolmácsot. Dank. És téged jelölte ki, aki kijelöl egy tolmácsot. Oké. Szóval itt vannak ilyenek, hogy ez az elme állapotom, és elvileg most stabil. Most magabiztos vagyok a képességeimben, és minden a helyén van elvileg, attól függetlenül, hogy egyébként gyógyszerre iszok, és ilyen álmaim vannak. De a konklúzióm az logikus, és megbízható. Az ennek, hogy altatót veszek, és iszok rá. Mert kísértenek, rémámok kísértenek. Igen. Ez csak simán a mi privát detektív irodánk. Az ügyről itt igazából nem volt semmi, igen. Itt az inventory, ez csak egy gyújtó. Vele van vésve egy dátum, ugye? Az elesett osztagnak az emlékére. Se. Na.
I wonder why I still take these things.
Ez az altató. Milyen rottyom van az öreg. Ez egyébként lehet forgatni is. De akkor igazából jelölve vannak a dolgok, amiket így meg tudok interaktálni. Basszus, rányomtam, de hát persze. This will affect you. Jó, hogy ebben ilyenek vannak, hogy konkrétan a játék elején iszok egy korty viszkit, és akkor ez már mindenre hatással lesz. Inventory knowledge. De most ez itt nem adott hozzá semmit semmihez. Hát ez maradhat igazából. Jó napot kívánok!
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
That's
Hello,
correct.
Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Tehát alapból kapok akkor 8 CP-t. Each character point allows you to improve the score of a skill. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Strength represents your ability to call on your physical power. Improving this skill increases your chance of forcing doors on or mechanisms or of using violence. Okay, és az eloquence az represents your ability to influence those you talk to by your power of speech. Improving the skill increases your chances of convincing or manipulating during discussions. Ez jó lehet, jól hangzik. Spot hidden represents your ability to find hidden objects. Improving this skill increases your chances of finding hidden objects and undiscovered object will not appear in game. Ez is nagyon fasz, ez a kettő. Oké. Psychology represents your knowledge of human behavior. Improving this skill increases your chance of understanding the motivation of a person based on his or her behavior or on the analysis of objects. Meh. Investigation represents your investigating talents. Improving this skill increases your chances of understanding past events by analyzing a crime scene or an object and of picking locks. Occultism represents your knowledge of the occult sciences. Improving this skill increases your chances of determining the use and origin of occult artifacts and of expressing your knowledge of the myth. Medicine represents your knowledge of Medicine represents your medical knowledge. Improving this skill increases your chance of determining the dosage of a drug, of making a diagnosis, or of expressing your understanding of a medical problem. Okkultizmben semmi nincs. 4 CP before next level. 2 CP before next level. Amatőr, minden, profi. Rankből profik vagyunk, investigationből profik vagyunk. Az okkultizmhez és a medicinákhoz szinte nem is értünk. A hidden spot jó, érdekes lehet, de a beszéddel meggyőzni embereket az szinte hihetetlen dolog. Egyszerűen hihetetlen. Egyszerűen hihetetlen. De lehet úgy is, hogy megállok a kettő között, vagy ad valamit? Úgy értem, hogy... Vagy tehát, hogyha... Ezt nem tudjuk, hogyha mondjuk megállok, de százalékosan mutatja, tehát számít. De mi az, hogyha elérjük a 3-as pontot? Egyszerűen kellene a strength se segít, öcskös. CP. Ez csak kettő, a spot hidden, ez csak 2 kell. Amúgy a medicinhez is 2 kell csak. De valahogy a medicinhez nem nagyon húzok, meg a strengthhez se. Vagy egyébként jó a strength. 3-as a strength alapból. Tehát hogy is 6 pont a kövi. Represent your knowledge of human behavior using the skill, your chances of understanding the motivation of a person based on his or her behavior. Ezek közül minden jó. Nem lehet mindent maxolni? Tehát egy 5-ös skálán a 3-as strength az alapból már hát, jobb, mint. Tehát mondjuk 40%-ot ír, de... Past events by analyzing crime scene or an object and of picking locks. Amúgy okkultizmra is lehet. Lehet, hogy ezt nem kell még az okkultizm. Ennyire menjen az investigation, én azt mondom.
Thank you for this information, Mr. Pierce. Our files will soon be up.
Na haló.
And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Egyre kevesebb új ügyet veszünk fel.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do, there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
Lebasztuk.
I'm coming.
Hát soha nem volt még ennyi ügy, mint most, amint lehetne dolgozni. Nem akarunk, és egyre kevesebb új ügyet vettünk fel eddig. Az utóbbi időben.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem, and I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
A szép volt, részeges. Lerészegesedett minket.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to
Deadbeat
me,
inebriate.
it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl, she is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look.
Azt mondják, hogy őrült volt, de biztos, hogy nem.
At this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
A szar ez.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Hát basszánk, egy szaros
Is
festője.
that all you want from me?
Vannak, akik olyan dolgokat festenek, aztán még sincs elmenve a vezük.
That's all you've got?
Hát most egy ilyen képből amúgy simán
I
lehetne
placed a
azt mondani,
file on your
hogy...
desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Akkor azt itt végigírja, ez a feladatom. Itt igazából csak tehát végigveszi azt, ami történt. Tehát ez azelőtt festette, nem sokkal, mielőtt meghalt. Elküldte ugye az apjának. Ő meg van győződve róla, hogy a lánya küldte. De elhozta hozzánk, hogy megvizsgáljuk.
This symbol on the man's chest. It's as if Sarah Hawkins breathed a message into it.
Jó. Most nyilván ez
A
az.
warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
A shipping label. Some of it's unreadable. Some of it is unreadable, but I can make out part of the address. Warehouse 36 Darkwater. Police report. It says that the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they nevertheless insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. Why? 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 A press cutting, an article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live a recluse life there with their only son, Shimon.
So, Mr. Pierce,
Sure.
what do you make of these elements?
Na, ezt már unlockoltuk is. Menjen az unlockol
The
dolog.
meaning could be exactly as it appears. I think your daughter is sending you a message.
That's what I believe, too. It was 3 months ago that I received the call from the police telling me of my daughter's death. And yet a short while after, this painting was delivered to my home. The painting is linked to this case, can't you see? You must find the meaning behind all this.
Most
The
nekem...
meaning, I think your
That's what I believe, too. And yet a short while after, this painting was delivered to my... The paint...
Tehát igazából el lehetne mondani ugyanazt, hogyha véletlenül újra akarnám olvasni. Ez igazából jó is, meg... Hát ja.
The sender's label mentions
Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Darkwater.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mentioned Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
Pierce, basszák.
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew
Ugye?
that.
Voltak víziói, de hát nem
She
volt
only
valami.
thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
Aha.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Let's sum things up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You will be handsomely
John Blade.
compensated.
All right.
Köszi
I'll take the
szépen.
case.
7. évet.
I'll go to
Csodálatos vagy.
Darkwater
Köszi.
and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I
Ez
didn't expect any
egy
less
nyomozgatós
from a man in your
horrorka.
situation.
Dank.
Something's queer. But it's not like I have a choice. Darkwater. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt find some information on this island in there. A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
Ez egy kis, igen. Régebbi ügy, amit meg...
Darkwater is off the coast of Boston.
Itt van.
But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then. All I have to do is go to the port. Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. Natural sciences,
Ja, ezt csak bemondtam.
linguistics, archaeology. Married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it. I used to be an avid reader.
Hoppá, Learning of Medicine, volume 1. I used to be... Ja, az meg az előző volt. Ja, most is... Ja, és akkor ezzel progresszió van? 2%-os progressziót kaptunk. Igen, Darkwaterből itt van a apuka, és meghalt ugye a férj, a feleség. Jó, volt egy 8 év különbség. Ugye ő volt a Simonka. Darkwater, ugye ez a kép. Ez a 2 klunk van. Inventory-ban. De várjál, knowledge-ban benne vannak ezek, amit találtam.
The lost battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage.
Az nem bátorság. Ne dudálj.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases.
Oké, eladjuk az irodát, kaptunk egy CP-t, elindulunk a Darkwateri kikötőbe. We took the Hawkins case. The cursed artist is accused of having caused the fire that killed her and her family. As the only clue, she left her father a disturbing painting on the shipping label and address, a warehouse set on the docks of the island of Darkwater. The place seems to be the starting point for Pierce's investigation. Mehet a fordítás. Csiró, te fordítasz. Majd az ilyen szövegeket kiadjuk. Most Csiró fordít. Nem látom a fordítást. Milyen köd? Ez konkrétan tejköd. A tejködöt azt lehet inni? Itt még nem volt kopasz Pierce. Vagy ez a jövőben játszódik, és itt már van haja? Dekes. Úgy is van, Csiró. Nagyon szép fordítás. Már nem kell sokat. Aztán elváltunk.
We're almost there.
Nagyon jó, Csiró, nagyon jó nyomod. Cthulhu. Úgy is van, jó, most besegít. Nagyon szép ez játék. Skylla. Hát aztán kurva jó városnak tűnik.
Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload. Welcome to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
Jogos, egy iszonyatos nagy bajnok.
So, what wind brought you?
Does the Hawkins case mean anything?
Misszél hozott.
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was
Landlubber.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
De nagyon jól csinálod, Jós, nagyon jól csinálod.
and a great pain to
Nekem tetszik. Tetszel.
You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As
Yeah.
for me, you'll find me at the Harbor Master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Körülnézek itt a dokkon. Hát valószínűleg ez olyan, mint hogyha a pokolból jöttünk volna. Egy pokolba. Talk to Fitzroy. Nem lehet belökni? Hát nézd meg, mi ez? Ez meg aztán pláne. Officer Bradley.
Hey, Sullivan. Can't you go any faster?
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Killer whales have few predators. And there are no sharks in these.
Mi a seggem ölhette meg?
What creature could possibly have done this?
What creature possibly can do that?
The same goes for you, sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now,
Mi mész, hogy nem tud válaszolni?
allow me to do my job.
Nem tudja, hol van a hely.
These wounds.
Ez ilyenkor csak, hogy...
You can
Most
see
csak,
that I'm
igen.
busy, can't you?
Tehát akkor nem tudom neki más beszélni ilyenkor már. Na Rekris. Találják az utat. Lámpást azért fölkapom szerintem. Nem lehet. Go be a bálnába.
Prohibition is just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
Hát basszony, mindenki részeges. Ez a tipikus ilyen bányakikötőváros, ahol igen. Bemész a kocsán, a városban mindenki iszik, mindenki így néz ki, hát úgy néz ki, hogy ilyen munkás munka utáni részeges, csulázik egy. Hoppá! Csulázik egyet.
Be careful.
Oda néz.
Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
Ez a De várjál, most igazából ez a kettőnk ugyanaz. A sorry az, meg ilyen köztes dolog. Tehát most a strength-et tudnánk, meg az eloquence-unkat. Próbáljuk meg, nézzük meg, hogy mennyit fel.
What happened? He's the troublemaker.
Oh, you're a true mainlander. A real princess. You strut around with your la-di-da ways, and then, as soon as the pressure rises, you start squealing. You don't have what it takes to drink my whiskey. You've got to earn it.
I'm here for information, not for a fight.
I prefer it that way.
Ki kellett volna ütni
Speak
valakit.
then. I reserve the right to answer or not.
De most akkor nem tudod, nem ad piát.
Captain Fitzroy told me about a little pick-me-up.
Oh, yeah? That must have been before you came looking for a fight in my bar.
Oh,
In
come
my
on.
bar.
Because of a little tussle.
Drinking it here is a privilege, and I grant the privilege to whoever I want. Anything else?
Jaj, csak annak adok piát, akinek én úgy gondolom.
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy.
Ez a öreg
The
változata.
name, it reminds us of the golden age of dockwater. When our whalers left for long months and came back, sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
Hát vagy oda
It
kéne
was a tough
csulázni a
time,
pultra.
all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
De ez piát nem ad, de leáll velünk beszélgetni bármiről, ahogy nézed.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland.
For
for her
paintings.
Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah, well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable.
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
Her vision. Was it so terrible?
Way I see it, the truth is really a question of point of view.
What do you mean by that?
Do you still trust the truth after a bottle of whiskey?
I've got what I need.
Anything
Most
else?
az mutatja, hogy melyiket mondtam már neki. Ja, most erről nem
What can you
mutatja,
tell me
de,
about her?
We all...
de itt mutatja ugye most mindegyiket.
I've got.
Anything else?
És akkor még ugye anything else, tehát hogy még mindig akarunk valamit tudni? Persze.
I didn't expect to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll
De
tell you
kajak
what.
amúgy.
She'd know it anyway.
Mármint,
Anything else?
nézzek, és akkor anything else, hát piát nem ad, de bármiről
You know
beszéltünk
where this
kenyerről.
place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
Ez meg kicsit elkeseredett
First
fel van.
off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams.
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more.
Tehát énekelések vannak
Anything
áttörve.
else?
Na akkor most
Captain
adja piát.
Fitzroy told me.
Oh yeah? That much
Oh, come on.
drinking it here. Anything else?
Persze, jó van,
That'll be
akkor
all for now.
arról is rárapsz, hogy piára, amit akartál. Cigony puska itt.
Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker. And a debtor. Interesting.
Mennyi $68 tartott a Hawkins fiú? Mint a férj.
The miraculous catch. Apparently
Shanté.
the most significant of
Shanté.
the last 80 years.
Miraculous Catch. Skulla visszatért a kikötőbe, Darkwaterbe, hogy megmentse a várost. A size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales, the cetacean, that is already being called the miraculous catch. Jaj, itt több cikk is van amúgy. Tudod? Mr. Marks is putting his warehouse up for rent from June for fishing, workshop or storage activities. You can contact him via your favorite newspaper. Visit him on the docks. De várjál, igen, vagy nem? Nem. Jó, mindegy. Jó, okkult element. Szentély. Jó, akkor Ádám fog folytani a következő jelenetekbe.
Can hear things and voices whispering.
Do you like our song?
We're true sirens.
Aha.
We may not be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
Mi ez a
I've
szám?
never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
I saw the newspaper clipping. You don't believe it, do you?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
Főleg akkor nehéz, hogyha olyan nyelvről tolmácsolsz, amit nem is tudsz.
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
You exhausted the stocks.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The biggest.
One of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
De mi, és akkor utána mi volt? Tehát, hogy
I bid you farewell.
kifogták ezt az
Good night,
stranger. Nagyobb tehát a nagy bánánál is nagyobb akármit. Tök mindegy. Azt most meddig ették azt? Ez egy város azért, ez nem ment meg, nem?
What you looking at, stranger?
Na cső.
I've rarely seen a woman who can hold her liquor so confidently.
What gives you the right to judge me?
Ah, it was a compliment.
So what?
Akartam
Let
mondani.
me drink, stranger.
Hogy
I told you
fővitte?
to beat it.
Hogy fővitte mindenkinek a dolgát, genyó? Hát bazzeg. Hát nézd meg. Experience se lehet. Mindenki. Ahova, hát minden kimegyek inkább, mert... Hát ez... Menjek akkor Ficihez.
Fishing equipment. Could do with some rust remover.
Rotyi.
A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard
Prosper.
hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years.
Mi? 70 évig. Piros. Jó, hogy nem a medicint tanultuk. Mert azt nem is akartam, de...
The Scylla.
Ez a
It
Scylla.
finished up beached at the entrance to the harbor. Broken. This place seems half abandoned. I wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this.
Threatening letter. Hát fenyegető levél. Captain, the terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. You cannot afford to provoke us. No need to answer these matches. Just make your payment to the carrier. Cut. Egy cica küldte. Vagy macska? Macska!
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
Come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
The rest of the document is blacked out. Who would want this information? Ki lett satírozva. Fizes, igen. Fizes, macska. Magától meggyújtottam amúgy.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
Féllábú. Alábú.
What a macabre souvenir.
Jaj, pisi-pusi. Alább. Agylók. Mit? Görgővel csinálja? Életemben nyomtam volna.
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
Ezeket unlockoltam. Menjenek az unlockoltak nyilván.
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36.
Csak meg tudja
You know
mondani
where
rá.
it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Jedi.
Understood.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
Hát amúgy az unlockolt, vagy a investigation professional.
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse. I found a threatening letter signed by a
Ez a csaj
certain
volt, gondolom
cat.
a kézé.
What?
Fizet, nem?
I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no.
A rebence.
That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
Néztük.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
I examined its wounds. I know of no creature able to cause them.
And I took you for a detective.
Believe me when I say that these wounds are significant.
Come, come. You've only just arrived on Darkwater, and already you think like a sailor.
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake.
Vissza...
Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least.
Igen.
The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
Olvastuk, na?
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Mindenképp. Várj, itt ezekért kapunk egy-egy izét. Egy pontokat, tehát 2 van, nem sok, de hogy kapunk pont.
That's no way to treat an omen.
Oh, yeah?
These wounds.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're crazy.
You're crazy. Hát nem erre kell jönni, de körülnézek. Hopp. Ilyen jó, hogy investigation raktunk. Egy kis picklocking. Na tessék, Dank.
Damnation. I broke it. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Ne, jó, reméljük nincs itt, Dank. Úgy mi a fa? What the fuck?
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. I can't even say which language it's written in.
Hát nem egy jumpscare, mondom, de hát... Azért megnézed ezt az egész helyet, már abból látszódik, hogy ez nem egy leányálom. Várj, itt az atyával. Bizi. Ez nem atya. Ez zsaruka.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
Épp faszba záratták le. Vagy fogták, ott zárták egyből? 3 hónapja történt.
Who are these others so interested in the warehouse?
And why would I tell you?
They're on the same team.
You and I are on the same side of the law.
Oh, yeah?
You don't want to know the truth behind this case.
Are you saying our work was not up to snuff? Forget it.
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone.
Várjál, mivel... Jé volt, ugye jé. Azt akartam, hogy... pakolni erre még. De validálni kell. Most ez az, vagy a mögötte lévő most?
You again?
No.
You again?
No.
Jó van akkor. Jó, mondjuk azt mondta, hogy juss be valahogy.
No, if it gets out, I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with
Stiletto.
that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
this guy? No idea. What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
Cat sent me. Amúgy, tehát hogy az... Lehetne ezt tolni. Nézzük meg.
Gentlemen, you have a problem.
What? Who do you take yourself for, stranger?
Your boss is very unhappy with your work.
Oh yeah?
Most raktunk.
You're bluffing.
She said those knuckleheads are incapable of staying at their post.
Darn it.
You think he's telling the truth?
We'll find out. Prove that you really know Cat.
Igen, mondjuk ezt mivel kihallgattuk.
It's risky to question my word. I wouldn't like you to get cut with a certain Italian knife.
Okay, okay. You've convinced us.
And it's she who sent you? What do you want from us?
I have to take a look inside the Hawkins warehouse. Leave me alone, and I'll put in a good word for you with Cat.
Okay, it's a deal.
It's a deal. Na, takarodjatok. Takarodjatok, mert fölvágom minden kettőtöket! Bocsi. Ezeknek a sutyáráknak meg kell mondani, mi a helyzet.
Let's see.
Piros.
Oh, this place stinks.
Bőzdik a hely,
What is the
bőzdik.
connection between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case?
Rekonstrukció.
It smells as bad as it looks.
Hát ez aztán, hát nem tudom. Hát annyira bűnös, mint amennyire kinéz.
Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings?
Ez Jason, nem?
Someone treasures this crumpled picture to the point of sleeping with it.
The fuck is that?
Le Petit Parisien.
Le
Might
Petit.
keep a news clipping about Sarah Hawkins.
Le Petit. Le Petit.
Can't sleep. I know how that feels. Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? What happened here?
Betörte. Betorta. Rekonstruáltuk. Oké, lépünk belőle. Cthulhu memorized. Tehát akkor itt igazából... Most... Aha, akkor mindent összeraktunk. Jaj. Back. Ez. Már később validáljuk a pontokat. Akkor az ennyi, nem? Vissza kell menni a Ficihez. Frici.
Someone has settled in here.
And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there? You! Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Hát nem, jó, hogy nem meg... igen. Hát a strength az... Jó, mondjuk azt írja, hogy... Hát a pszichológiát használni az elég gyönge. Úgyhogy megfenyegetjük.
You sent your men away. Bad idea. I see only one overweight police officer and one hardened veteran.
How dare you? I am a representative of the law.
Relax. Look what I found. Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It
Jason.
was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene. Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail? I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here. Come on. My car's parked down the way. Andrews, would you please shut the door? And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your...
Le fog ez indulni.
God damn it. Her again.
Na, macska.
This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up
Baker.
for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Are you?
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
Who the hell are you? What were you doing on my turf? I've got my eye on you. We'll meet again.
Is it far, this mansion?
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge. You see the building? That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got
Úgy
some
lehet ilyen
driving.
helyekre építeni, mármint hogy nem az, tehát, hogy lehetséges, hanem hogy miért akarna oda építeni valaki. Már a Chapter 3. Garden of the Hawkins Mansion. Mert a fordítás, a következő fordítás mondjuk legyen... mit tudom én. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse, de ez már volt, úgyhogy. The place thought to be abandoned revealed some surprises. Sign of recent occupation as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. The police officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins Mansion. Köszönöm szépen, Dank. Igazából annyi volt, hogy megnéztük a raktárat, és láttuk, hogy ez a raktár úgy felemelkedett az ügyben, mert valaki használta végig azt a raktárat, és ott volt egy kép, és ezzel most összeszövetkeztünk Bradley rendőrrel, akinek úgy látszik, hogy föl volt vágva az arca fülig. Vagy mi a fasz. Elhozott minket ugye a manzióba. Ott van valaki bent. Kulcsa is van. Hát de karak. Hát kajak, hogy van föl volt vágva.
The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
Egészen professional. Both hidden professional. You're not the first to talk about Winchester.
I see no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to say.
Explorer nézem.
They were trapped in the
Nagyon jó
drawing
Syntroxin, nagyon jól csinálod.
And don't go
Örült, jól
troubling
csinálod.
Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to get something out of that bum? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember. Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family, so he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
I prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age.
Mi a lófasz csinál itt?
True force of
A
nature.
kis sátrában.
A sad old man doesn't worry me.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around, it would seem. So, since you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all their money. Let's go up there. Unless you're still...
Nincs több.
Night falls.
I'll go with you.
Why not? You can help.
Jöhet. Elfogadtam, jöjjön velünk. Elhozott idáig. Bár lehet csapda is végül is. Most mutatja az utat. Én majd én elmegyek itt erre bámészkodni. Itt bámészkodni. Itt a pause.
Bradley was right.
1993.
This place is much older than I imagined.
609. Menjünk a gyermek után. Tomátó.
Poor
Ez a gyermek.
Poor kid.
Simon. Össze vannak törve. Férjén össze vannak törve a dolgok.
Charles Hawkins' grave. Who could have done this?
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father? It's said that he's devastated.
Hát megértem.
Let's go to the mansion.
Please give me a minute. I didn't expect to set foot back here after the burial. What kind of deranged individual would defile this sanctuary?
The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh. The old caretaker must be very attached to her.
Mm-hmm. Szilas.
The caretaker takes great care of these graves.
Igen, Szilas a gondviselő. Nagy gondot visel. Viselni kell a Hawkins monorkát.
I'll have to find another entrance.
Ha? Nem jó bejárat. Azt képest, hogy hát jó, mondta gyorsan megállították a tüzet. Leégett, de bár... Hogy a faszom váltották meg gyorsan egyébként. Fönn van a sziklák között ez a szar. Hoppá! Ékás!
You are trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy, sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. dump them into the ocean.
You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe.
Tegye le!
Let's talk calmly.
Tegye le!
How we have it out on dark water.
Aztán időre megy. Amúgy ebből vagyunk. Ebből állunk a
You can
legjobban.
ask Officer Bradley if it's true. He's right behind me, paying his respects at the Hawkins family graves.
Bradley? A good guy. Not as dumb as you think.
Tegye le!
That's right. He'll tell you that we're working together.
Understood. I'm listening.
The police report
Milyen kis
describes
lófarkod van,
a
öcskös.
domestic accident. But Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old
Egyébként
mule.
nézd meg, milyen szar az
I
élet.
did tell him that we should let the
Inkább
dead
menj azt,
rest in
érezd meg a
peace.
baltádat.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
Na csázsota.
No, I can't let you in. The mansion isn't safe.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked, and I make sure it stays that way.
You still put flowers on her grave. You cherish her.
Szia, Flexia.
Mrs.
Meg kellene győzni
Hawkins was
valahogy.
an exceptional person. She cared for everyone around her.
Let me shed a light on what happened to her. Give me that key.
I'm probably making a big mistake, but it won't be the first. Here,
Nagyon
take
szépen
the key and
rábeszéltük.
do what you have to do. Go on then, just to get rid of you.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
Na csá, Bradley.
Pierce, shall we enter?
Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
Pierce and Officer Bradley explore the gardens of the Hawkins mansion. The family lies in the graveyard of the property guarded by Silas Winchester. The old caretaker, still faithful to his employers, keeps watch on the place armed with his axe. Vagyis hát... Szóval igen. Pierce and Bradley manage to calm him down and finally get hold of the key to the Hawkins mansion. They enter the building looking for the scene of the fire. Tehát belépünk és megnézzük, hogy hol történt a tűz. Tehát azt mondta amúgy, hogy olyan gyorsan oltották el a tüzet, hogy azért nem látszódik, hogy leégett. Hát de basszánk, tehát...
Who left this light on?
Nekem ez nem. Tehát, hogy oltották el a tüzet? Itt, mi ez? Nem is tűnik ez egy nagy városnak. Honnan a tűzoltók? Most fölértek? Tehát eloltották? Most ez kamu. Hát amúgy, vagy erre menjünk rá, vagy a elokvenciára. Menjen az elokvencia. Mert egyébként ahogy néztem, nem feltétlen, de... Csak azért, mert ez olyan párbeszédeket nyithat meg, amikkel forszoltunk embereket dolgokra, gondolom.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me?
Rekonstrukció.
What kind of meat is this?
Mi az? Cthulhu feje? Ne, hogy ez nem valami ordinári. Csápos, polipos.
This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Úgy tűnik, hogy ő kicsit izébb volt.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor.
Hirtelen haragú.
Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched? Something happened at this table. An argument?
Hey, Pierce. Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is
Mi
next
mennyi
door.
időt telt el? Mennyi időt eltelt, hogy ilyeneket mondta, hogy nem érünk rá egész napot.
Silas managed to bring the fire under control, but it was already too
Charles and Sarah's wedding was painted by Sarah herself. Was Charles Hawkins some kind of explorer?
Akkor
Too much rubble. I'll find an easier way.
Akkor a Hawkins volt... Ha? A Hawkins lett volna valami szektatag?
Let's see if I can find something the cops missed.
Abból is látszik, hogy bolond, hogy állandóan magával beszél. Bennem.
The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others? They had a fight. Did it stop at the time of the fire?
Megállt az óra, de ők, akkor mégiscsak ők indították a tüzet. A fickó izé volt? Ott van a kulcsbizonyíték.
Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How?
Hát elvesztette. Elvesztette a cipelőjét.
Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker?
Heavy drinker.
If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn?
Nem tudott szétégni. Nem, a festmény nem éghetett meg. Nem tudott megégni a festmény. Ennyi? De várjál. De nem, ez csak azt mutatja, hogy...
Did someone escape the fire?
Aki elmenekült, what?
Blood. This lamp was thrown.
This
was no accident.
Ütés? Persze, iszonyat megy.
This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee.
De mi, a kupófán verte a nő a lámpával, meggyulladt, és aztán elszaladt? De már előtte volt valami. Előtte kiütötte a kölköt? Pater.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
I think that some of your colleagues should turn in their badges. This room is bursting with evidence that seriously contradicts the official inquiry.
Well, of course, Mr. Holmes. Like what?
It would seem at least one person fled the crime scene.
What'd you say?
That mark on the door. Someone's hand slid down there. The left side has no mark. The door was open and that someone left.
For God's sake. I mean, if it's Charles or Sarah, they wouldn't have left their son.
They would rather die in the flames as a family instead of calling for help? I don't buy it.
Oh, yeah?
I can tell where young Simon was, but not his parents. Where were their bodies found?
I can't help you on that one.
Talán megtalálták?
Charles and Sarah's bodies had already been carried away when I got here.
Without your authorization? By whom?
Marshall, Andrews, Chief West. We never deal with cases like that, you know. So... well...
I found a bottle of whiskey. Empty.
Well, that must have been a loss for you.
No glass. I suspect one of them drank heavily to calm down. Charles, most probably.
That's pretty thin. Who says that bottle hadn't been there for a while?
Jó, valamennyire igaz, de
I was under
akkor
the
is.
impression the fire started around midnight.
Yes, Silas banged on our door around 1 a.m. Poor devil ran so hard he was almost belching his lungs out.
This clock burned before 10 p.m.
That's impossible. What you imply? Silas never would have hurt the Hawkins family.
Tehát most ezeket nem vették észre? Vagy ha meg direkt nem vették észre, akkor miért nem csinálta, miért nem tüntették el?
Honestly, you don't find that suspicious?
That's troubling, I have to admit. But I trust Silas. And Dr. Fuller is an authoritative figure.
Dr. Fuller.
The mainland folks are damned envious that he's here with us. A brilliant surgeon, and a friend of the family. I'm sure he took the matter to heart. So, excuse me if I value his opinion over yours.
So be it. I firmly believe this fire was more
than just an accident.
What's your...
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
Milyen bedeszkázás ez? Egy CP.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything.
Tehát azért kell amúgy már.
Chief West found out about what we're doing. I'd be in serious trouble.
This door is locked.
Ezt a asszonynak mondja. Kisegér. History of Medicine, de igen, ez gondolom healnek a izé, Medicine Progress. Hát ez a rönkös.
These bandages are covered in dried blood. But whose?
WC papír, véres WC papír. Új.
The lyrics of the drunken sailor. A sea shanty.
Baj van a részek tengerésszel, baj van a részek tengerésszel.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818.
Várjál már, ez nem hasonló? Villámlat. Moby Dick.
Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale. Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess.
Any whaler. Minden bálnázónak kötelező olvasmány. Na, vannak-e köztünk bálnázók? Mindenki, aki bálnázó, mutassa meg a
book
csatát.
on the first inhabitants of the island.
Anna nézi.
They got here around the 14th century. What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities? This place was falling apart long before the fire. This place was falling apart long before the fire.
Azt akartam mondani, nem ég le.
Greek mythology. Hecate, goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Seleucus.
Hecate.
Dark water history. This place was settled back in 1692. A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century. There's something disturbing about this painting. "20,000 leagues under the sea. Another story about the mysteries of the deep."
Nem nyílik, de még el lehetett menni a másik irányba. Ez az emelet.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Dear sir, as you know, I have always held you and your family in high respect. Unfortunately, I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. Last week, she again terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that, although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. De akkor volt valami az asszonnyal. Tarkaját földött, azt mondod ellen. Elbaszta a vacsorát.
Locked.
Locked. Nem locked. Gyerekszoba.
The boys' room. What was going through that boy's mind?
Jó, azok nagyon jó rajzok. Altatott kapott a
The
gyerek.
child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world?
Mi ez a... Hát ja, nyilván izéje van. Az ott Pinocchio? Lancelot?
Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed.
De miért aludt izébe? Miért aludt kiöltözve? Ugye ez nem kiöltözve van, pijama.
Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family?
Hát adott neki altatót és még olvasott is neki? Nem lett volna elég az egyik?
What nightmarish vision could have inspired them? Simon's troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
Szjeszete. Hali-hali. Ki? Igen. Iroda kulcs. De az várj, ez lenne? Ez? Aha. Szektázgatunk az irodába? Szektázgatunk?
Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult?
Előhívjuk a sátánt az irodába? Jó, okkult element. De akkor az okkultizmunk az nem fejlődik ezektől, csak a medicin. Tehát akkor ez jó lenne fejleszteni ezt is.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
Jött azok pénzek.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why. Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other.
It brought us together and forever it will bind us. Sors hozott össze minket. És köt is minket össze örökké.
The door is blocked on the other side. Bradley? Is that you? What will her room reveal about her?
Ez biztos, hogy kinyitja. Mondom, mert
This
adoknak.
padlock is too complicated for me. It's no use.
Roll.
The padlock won't give.
Nem adja a Loki. Azt hittem, hogy fixen.
Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
Drogoztak rendesen. Tóták itt az üveges drogot. sketchpad. Ezek mik ezek a rajzok? Ilyeneket rajzol. Miket szedtek itt? Bezzeg a izébe. Ezért tud eszembe a Knick nevű sorozat. Hiszem sebész volt magyarul. Na ott az üveges kokó, meg az üveges herka. Ezek is azt tolták. Rá volt írva, hogy altató mi. Meg mit tudom én, cukorkalé. Igen, nagyon jó festmény. Mondjuk a festményéről alapból lehetem meg. Mi? Ez én vagyok. Vagy csak hasonlított első?
You! Stop!
Honnan lett hirtelen lámpás?
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise.
Pápa szem.
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
Nem látott semmit, bazeg.
The lyrics of the drunken sailor.
Itt vagyunk le.
I'll cover you.
This door was closed earlier.
Where did he go?
Térkép.
It looks like an old seaway map.
Aha. Attack. Ja, akkor csak elfogy.
Charles Hawkins was keeping her father's letters from her.
Hát baszeg. Most akkor...
Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well.
Captain Fitzroy.
I wonder who the man with the glasses is
You
in
really
the
think that your
photograph.
fugitive came in here?
Probably another friend of
I don't see
Hawkins.
any way out.
Hát eddig azt mondtam volna, hogy...
The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the
Össze
harbor.
azt mondtam volna, hogy a csávó volt.
This
Iszonyatosan
panel
benne, de most már azt mondom, hogy a csaj is. Nyilván.
cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism.
Ezt meg sem tudom nyomni. Nem vagyok elég erős. Ja, de elvel kell, nyugi. Meg kattingattam valamiért hirtelen. Hát ez leves.
Damnation. I can't budge these gears. I need a tool. It looks like a freehand map of dark water. Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why.
Mi? Ez egy map Darkwaterről? Hát mi baszeng? Ez olyan, mint a hülyék paradicsomában, amikor rajzol egy térképet, és akkor oda van írva, hogy itt vagyunk mi, és ide kell menni, és így X, egy vonal, és egy másik
As if
X.
the bookcase has been moved several times. This globe seems to have been part of some mechanism.
Ez itt a kuka.
Doesn't seem like this came from a log.
Ah, 42N70V.
There must be a link with the Seaway map.
Hát ezt inkább a térképet kell megnézni.
Doesn't work. I must have missed something. Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
Nincs is 42N. Itt ment végül.
There must be a link with the Seaway map.
47N volt. Ez a Darkwater Isle. 47N 5. 47N.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
55, 49N 61, 57N 50. 36. 47.
Looks like the navigational
47N
paths
55.
described in the log. Doesn't work. I must have missed something. There must be a link with the Seaway map. They look like Celtic runes. Charles must have brought them back. This Dr. Fuller, was he Sarah Hawkins' therapist?
And scenarios, but I assure you that Sarah is in good hands here at the Riverside Institute. It goes without saying that her state requires very specific care and a high level of attention. Her full potential will only be able to express itself if she is placed in a secure environment and surrounded by qualified staff. The decision is yours, of course, but I seem to understand that you are running out of time. Your friend, Thomas Fuller.
Looks like the navigational paths
33N
described in the
53B.
log. Looks like the navigational paths
Ez ott kim van a
described in the
semmiben.
log. Doesn't work. I must have missed something. Doesn't work.
Igen, nem működik.
I must have missed something.
Hát igen, valamit misszel.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
De várj, úgy nézzük, hogy ott van.
Doesn't work. I must have missed something.
Mi volt, ha?
Doesn't looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
35. 35, 60.
Doesn't work. Looks like it worked.
Tessék. Brilliant mind.
Well done, Pierce.
Ilyen achievement, donkey. Yeah! Tunnels under the Hawkins mansion. Inside the Hawkins mansion, the scene of the fire revealed a secret. Revealed its secrets. Pierce and Officer Bradley, now on the trail of a survivor, had undertaken to search the place looking for proof. When a hooded man leaped into Sarah Hawkins' workshop to steal a painting, detective and police officer set off after him. By following him to the office of Charles Hawkins, they discovered a secret passage. Pierce and Bradley entered the tunnel under the mansion. Tehát igazából most úgy gondoljuk, hogy ez a fickó, aki ránk úrott, az errefele menekült, és itt egy viszonyatos földalatti barlang A járat. Mi a picsa? Van kiépítve. Itt rendezték a titkos szektapartikat. Emergency House.
Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others? What is this mask supposed to represent?
Hát azt nem tudom. Hát én ezt nem értem.
Did Charles Hawkins hide something in this chest? This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Sarah Hawkins.
Aha, itt
Was she
leskerődött.
hiding from someone?
De hát beszélget, neki is, neki voltak a festményei. Alapvetően.
Whoever was sitting here could have seen Sarah Hawkins.
Hát baszak,
Could
ki ne
this be
látta volna.
related to her death?
Nem tudta a szöveget, dübörög a házhoz lehet. Ez itt a szem. What the fuck? Akkor menjünk le. Elvileg most nagyon jó lent.
Of course.
And something tells me that the key is climbing these steps. There's
Oh, okay.
tunnels all over this island. Given the size of this cave, there's gotta be other entrances.
The passage continues further down. Might as well start with that.
Milyen
I
jó
ain't
ez a...
gonna squeeze in there. I'll find another way.
Ja, jó,
If
fájunk szét
possible,
persze.
I prefer not to ruin my uniform.
Fine, fine. Go look for another entrance. I'll try my luck down below.
Persze váljunk szét. Chat direkt. Te is csodálatos vagy. A redva. Nem is lehet mondani gyorsabban. Mi? Én is meghalhatok? De várjál.
An old diary.
Pastor's Vive.
A sad way to go. These paintings must be several centuries old.
Ó, tudományokra kellett volna rakni.
This monstrous creature must be an allegory. This monstrous creature must be an allegory.
Allegória.
These people lying down. Are they dead? Are they asleep?
És Jézus Isten.
These buildings seem to have come out of the water.
Azon ennyit kellett volna kibírnia a faszinak. Semmelyik oldalon nem nyílik. Tehát hogy találom úgy másik bejáratot? Tehát miért
Time
lenne...
has weakened these structures.
Miért lenne egyébként egy másik bejárat ide? Azt se értem.
I don't have time to search them all. It looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale.
Mi? Miért? Tehát nem feltétlen kell lennie kijáratnak. Miért kell lennie másik kijáratnak? Mármint ez egy barlang. Van egy bejárat és ugyanaz a kijárat. Nyilván ettől függetlenül lehet, de méretét nézve... Hát, és nézd meg, valami is van az öreg. Hát biztos, hogy tudta. Benne van. Páter, noszter az apád, Schuster az anyád, Varga, te meg egy marha. Passzázs, passzázs. Cthulhu, jöjj el!
A mass grave.
Jézusom.
A table for sacrifice?
Jézus Isten. Ez volt az álmunkban, nem? Aha.
I got it.
Igen. Ez volt az álmunkban. Nem álom volt. Hanem egy óceán. Fill the place fast, as fast as you can. Flee, 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 flee. Ez nem jó, ez nem jó.
No, damn it.
Nem erre flee, másik flee. De várjál, akkor nem erre jöttünk az álmunkba. Hát mi szektánk már nőbölt esetem, nem?
Yes, it is time. You will soon be one of us.
A Konti1337 egy keményebb
If
szekta,
your
mint a...
body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every
Nálunk
night.
virtuális mészárlás van. Nem ilyen kamu.
I am ready.
Good enough.
Nekem is végig vízióim
Prove
vannak.
it to us.
It's like in my dream. It seems to have been used recently. Probably some sort of ritual.
Áldozati tör. Mihez adott az okkultizmhoz? Hülye vagy? Akkor mégiscsak adnak ezek a dolgok az okkultistázishoz.
I can't read Latin.
Ott is van amatőr, hát amatőr. Itt volt akkora izé. De itt volt, nem? De világosabb volt, az biztos. Ja, hát ugye... De várj, ez nem ugyanaz, vagy nem ugyanolyan az álomban, ugye? Cthulhu, jöjj le az égből, vagy a vízből, gyere fel.
Ya Cthulhu Nithsiha Fatag.
Hagen. Ja, Cthulhu. Oh. A Cthulhu. A kurva életbe.
Locked.
Yibithink. Padk Cthulhu Bithinkor.
Köszi.
Grant him your mind and accept his, so that his mind and yours may be one.
Yeloid
A Cthulhu.
Loidna.
dreams.
Ja,
and accept
Cthulhu,
his,
ja.
So that the paths of your souls finally...
I feel him.
You are gifted indeed. Bring me more sacred. Let him pass through every part of you. All you who sleep, we pray for your turn into the kingdom
This
of
ritual
the earth.
killed him.
We are ready.
Where's the sense in that?
Ceremony.
Nem tudjuk, hogy nem vett észre. Ja, Cthulhu. Kristelbázna Cthulhu. Staba. Ja. Ez egy teljesen megalkotott nyelv amúgy? Azok, akik Lovecraft szakértő.
Bradley, what are you doing here? I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good.
Ez baj lesz. Cthulhu Dagan.
An intruder!
Az orvos, mi az orvos? A sarutú ő meghal.
Don't move! Police! Don't move! I won't hesitate!
Bradley, get back! Get back!
You asked for it!
De hova lőtt, tökön? Hawkins.
You shouldn't have seen this.
Ez a Hawkins. Egybeolvad, bazd meg.
They're caving in. I need to get out of here.
Az baj.
My leg!
Baj. Az baj. Ilyen amikor a Bokuszdür készíti a tengergyümölcseit? Mondod?
Light. At last.
Hát a férj, azaz Charles Hawkins él. És valószínűleg a Bokuszdür készítette el neki a tengergyümölcseit. Ami hát valószínűleg belefeküdt és úgy aludt el. Hát most ilyen csápos, félig csápos. Ez a Riverside Institute, ez itt van? Amit, hogy amúgy tényleg itt van, nyilván itt van, de hogy én azt hittem, hogy ez így távolabb. Ez Dr. Fuller, ja, hát amúgy mindenki benne van. De akkor a nő miért festett ilyen festményeket? Ha? Ez a szemüveges csávó, a Fuller. Fúra benne van. Úristen, nyanya.
He's having a seizure.
Rohama van.
Strong subject.
Köszi Szintroxin. Csodálatos fordítás.
There, he's opening his eyes.
Saved him, Fuller.
I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa, go easy, my friend.
You were dead. He killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
De mi? Hát Bradley most halt meg, nem?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What?
Átszúrás.
No!
Hát most a kokainra egy kis heroin szúrtak be. Na, hát eddig se kellett elhinni semmit, amit láttunk, mert ugye eddig altatóra ittunk, most meg 2 injekciós tűt kaptunk.
Mr. Sanders, you have to come with us.
No, please. I can't leave here.
You got no
Can't
choice, Sanders,
escape.
and neither do we.
No, you don't understand. If I go out, he'll see me. No, no!
You're leaving this cell.
Please. I don't want him to find me.
Mi? És így átkerültünk máshova. Leviatán. Azt tudjátok, hogy ezek a tengeri lények, ezek valódiak.
When the last of them rises up, you will choose. I will not be here to bear witness to it, because you will have released me. But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs.
Szia, Laci. Most végül is kijöttünk a a normál ruhánkba kijöttünk, vagy most ez most az álmunk volt, miközben vártunk a termen, vagy a szobánkba.
Wake up. Come on.
Kurva a szoba, persze.
We don't have much time. Can you stand up?
Who are you?
A friend of Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive?
Nem élhet, hát azért át lett szúrva.
You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to you. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? What do they do to the patients to make them so terrified?
I would really like to know. I only see them when they are brought up for medical treatment, for problems they didn't have before going downstairs. But this is neither the time nor the place to talk about that. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
Akkor egy őrt magára. Ezt megnézd.
What does this mean? What did they inject him with? Am I in an asylum? Sarah.
The paintings are cursed.
What did he write about the painting? Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors. In his eyes, this symbol must have some protective virtues.
Akkor igazából nem is volt benne a szara, csak védte magát ezzel a jellel, vagy ezekkel a jelekkel?
Poor wretch. If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him.
Dr. Colden, I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Senki sem mehet be és léphet ki.
Damn it. I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
I told you not to let her come down.
I know.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left. They've run out again upstairs.
Put a few
Locked.
aside for me, will you? And above all, leave the wheels where they are.
Exactly what I need.
Nem érek be odáig. Pöcköld már oda. Pöcköld már oda, azt én nem benyúlok érte. De mi nem tudok csak. De nem, előbb még hajolgatott így.
Good God. What could this machine be used for?
Patient seems to suffering from this pszichózis. Nyomta a saját szemeit.
Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine? The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs? Worse and worse. Vats of rotten flesh? An elaborate electrical system? What's the connection between this meat and the electrical installation? Have I activated anything? It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock. This machine seems to consume a great deal of electricity. I can still increase the load. What will happen if I increase the current to the limit? I can still increase the load.
De mi? Hol? Igen, nincs.
Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy. Sarah Hawkins.
Yeah.
She was a patient here. That Dr. Fuller again.
Document attesting to the fact that Sanders, the wife of Francis Sanders, had her husband interned, where he had grave sign. Ezek random. Jó, nyilván azért vannak itt, hogy el lehessen múlni, hogy ilyen szekrények.
Anatomy, anthropology, nothing surprising. It's done. Now for the others.
One, two, three, four, five.
Though.
I think we've got a walker. You there!
Ennyi? Ennyi? Semmi pofán verem vagy valami? Itt jön a fasz. Jó van már. Köszi. Köszi, Roy. Basz már meg. Köszi.
I bet there's no longer any priests on Darkwater.
Żari.
If I do not stop, he does not catch me. You. Yeah, you there. Come here. I do not see him. I don't know what you're doing.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep?
Megkakát.
You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
You'll draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to make me sleep, and I'll take care of the guards for you.
Is it the noise that disturbs you?
No, it's the nightmares. And afterwards, there's no wait.
I'll find you some...
Go look in the storage room. There must be...
What is well enough inside me? It has strength of oceans. Its waves rise and crash. I think we got a walker.
Get me out! Don't let me sleep.
Hogy kéne ezt csinálni? Így kell amúgy valahogy. Úgy kell, hogy utánunk jöjjön, megyünk egy kört, és aztán be tudunk menni a szobába. Mert ez húrra itt marad.
Who's there?
What carnage?
Észárszék!
Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
Theoretically. De ez a gyermek, ez nem mozdul innen, nem? mondjuk a falat nézi.
I think we got a walker.
Semmit nem tud. Ez Blade.
This way.
Jó van akkor! Ez full gyerekeket ez full szabálytalan.
I bet there's no longer any priests on Darkwater.
Up inside me. I feel it in my head. And in my... Oh! Don't.
You there, come here.
What do you want? You'll
Sup?
I'll
Go.
Re? Hogyha erre jövök.
Perfect.
Bocsi.
Hey! I'll go take a look.
This way. I'll go take a look. You there.
Köszi. Hát ezre nem számítottam. Jó, hogy mentett a storage roomnál.
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
I'll go take a look. You there? Hey!
Pinga nincs. Ez necces.
Come on, show yourself. Is there anybody around here? You there!
Azt nézd meg! Nézd meg! Nézd meg, miket tudnak!
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape. Where do they keep their sleeping pills? Scopolamine? Morphine?
Huh?
My new friend's sleeping pills.
És innen még vissza kéne mennem.
De ki van itt?
Vanderbos. 7 év. Köszi szépen. Nagyon jó, amikor hétfőn ünneplitek meg ezeket. Köszönöm szépen. Csodálatosak vagytok. Köszi tényleg. Nagyon szépen köszi. Most mi a fasz van? Már bocsánat. Degolyózok a szekrénybe. Köszi tényleg.
I've got what you...
Show me!
There.
Don't you worry, you'll have... Go on now, go on. The crows! They're everywhere! Make them...
Ez hangos. Hát, 2 cellával odébb nem hallom.
What carnage. Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
Bazd, nyilván bejön. Okay.
I can still increase the load.
De mi? De mi hiányzik? Most kell.
It's locked.
Pain is just information, dear Francis. Invaluable information for my research.
Yeah, Dr.
The green gas leaves from here and it runs through the
What?
whole building.
If you don't kill me, he will.
My poor friend, I fear your mind is lost forever.
This padlock is too complicated for me.
Ilyenkor, hogyha fölfejezteném magam.
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Mindegy. Ugye? Hogy még egyszer nem próbálja meg. Memo to stuff. Memo. Mennyi vagyok úgy? Memo. All I can do is to warn you, if the equipment is put under too much pressure, there is a risk of explosion. I've repaired your machine as best. Piping has been damaged.
It's impossible to break this duct. This valve controls the pressure. It's impossible to break this chain with my bare hands. control wheel is missing.
De kell még egy. Kell még egy kormány. Meg valami szar, amivel elvágjuk ezt a szart.
Impossible to break this chain with my bare hands.
Elvágjuk a láncot. Valamivel el kell vágnunk a láncot. Hát ez leves. Hát de bejön, ilyenkor bejön még egyszer. Azt... Ez leves. Azért egy... Valamit csak be lehetne. Ez igen. Őket van kapcsolni lesz a szart, legalább biztosan biztos elsőre.
All the levers are activated.
Nem fél. Jaja. Így, hogy van fény, jó lenne, hogyha nem parázna annyira be a karakter.
Control wheel is missing. The control wheel is... This lever must turn on the gas machine. There's nothing happening. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Nyomjuk fel ezt a
That should draw the attention of the guards. I should hide.
Damn it. What's going on?
Hey,
That should draw the attention of the guards. I should hide.
I think we've got a walker.
És még nem is ronda, ugye?
Hey!
De mekkora csicska vagy? Hát amonnan jön a iszonyatos hangzavar, tektonikus áramforrás keverő. Tektonikus áramforrás keverő iszonyat üzemeltetve van. Itt van a medzem. Ugye? Vagy nem medzem volt? Sanders. Ugyanaz.
Is that you? Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Uh-huh.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me like it found me here. You're mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me.
Még kinyomta a saját szemét, nem? Igen, ugye a medicinünk gyönge.
You're Sanders, aren't you? I heard you from my cell. What did they do to you? What does Fuller want with you?
The doctor? You think it's the doctor who scares me? The doctor wants to heal me. But he's the one who's crazy. He wants to restore my sight. He wants to give me back my eyes. And yet I told him that I didn't want him. I do not want to see it anymore. The real culprit.
Miket láthatott?
Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
De most mi a lófasz volt vele?
In her office, I saw signs of a ritual, perhaps an invocation. These things, that's what makes you say she's cursed.
You're wrong. It was not an invocation, but a revocation. But she failed. And that's what counts.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
Nagyon jó lehet ilyen magánnyomozónak lenni. Innen sose kerülünk élve.
It has trapped you. Don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
Sanders, pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me.
No!
Sanders!
De mi a fasz történik? De mi irányítja, mi repked? Mi? Hát, olyan volt, mint hogyha mi csináltuk volna, nem?
This is insane. What killed him?
Amúgy lehet meg tudtuk volna menteni, hogyha a treatmentre raktunk volna. Profi szinten kellett volna lenni a treatmentnek.
Damn! The gas! Oh, my head.
Later. We need to move on.
Most akkor sikerült? Sikerült. Igen, sikerült. És akkor most konkrétan visszamentünk a mansionbe. Visszamentünk a mansionbe Bradleyvel, aki egyébként már halott. What? Ez lakik az ágyad alatt, macska.
Who goes there?
De jó lehet itt aludni.
Nightmare again. I need a drink.
Itt aztán kurva jó lehet aludni, baszki.
No. I want to know what Bradley and Dr. Colden have to say about all this.
Precisely why I'll find evidence. You're awake, Mr. Pierce. How do you feel?
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
Igen, az a lény lakik az ágyad alatt, de csak akkor jön elő, amikor alszol.
I can't explain.
Senki nem tudja, mit művel.
What happened?
Ja. Tudjuk azt mondani, mert nem elég jó az okkultizmunk.
Given the energy he pours into Riverside,
Amikor elalszol, akkor jön elő az ágy alól, és csápjaival feléd nyúl.
He was a surgeon. He founded the hospital in 1904 with funds from the Hawkins family before he died and his son Thomas Fuller took over.
Two families inextricably linked.
Hello, Máté.
Most island families are that way. Captain Fitzroy's father was also a seaman aboard the Scylla.
Powerful families dominating everything.
Yes, and as you could tell, Dr. Fuller is like some crazed emperor.
He wouldn't be happy if he knew we were snooping around.
Dr. Fuller
I know the risks.
napszemekben van
I
este.
don't fear him. Do you wish to know anything else?
Napszemekben nyomja, de tehát nem is értem. Tehát napszemekben nyomja, majd fölkapcsolják a villanyt. Vagy a villany miatt van napszemekben? Vagy most mi?
Given the energy.
Ez most ugyanaz, nem?
He founded the
Two families.
Most island families are
How
yes,
he would.
I know. Do you wish?
I found a file bearing Sarah Hawkins' name in the Institute's basement.
It makes sense. A powerful family like the Hawkins had the means to hide such a disgrace.
But everyone knows the Fullers have been taking care of the Hawkins for at least a generation. And all were aware of Mrs. Hawkins' fragility.
Perhaps, but no one would allow a psychiatric internment.
From what I read in the file, Fuller used her as a subject of his experiments.
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins, subjects of Dr. Fuller. Why those two?
Dr. Fuller seems to be leaving a trail of corpses. Not to mention those strange machines, and chains, and tools of all kind.
Yes, I've been telling you that Fuller uses his patients as guinea pigs.
What I saw was more akin to torture than medicine.
Do you even hear what you're saying? Dr. Fuller is highly respected.
It's the truth, Ethan.
De, és akkor a Frici a partról, ő is benne van? Mert hát ő iszonyat nagy spancik voltak ezek a kép alapján. Ugye sajnos, ugye, amire nem raktunk a medicinre meg az okkultizmra. Volt a teszt, az is gyönge, nem? Megpróbáljuk.
I heard you talking earlier.
Why am I not surprised?
I get the impression you two don't get along.
Intrusive and not very clever. Anyway, let's get back to the business at hand.
Leves.
What I'm sure of now is that the Hawkins case isn't just an accident.
And what brings you to that conclusion?
The fact that Charles Hawkins survived the fire.
I don't understand. Mr. Hawkins was buried.
That's what he would have you believe.
I have a hard time believing you.
You were there, Bradley. You even opened fire on him.
I'd remember that.
Why would he fake his own death? Do you think he covered up his wife's murder?
That's possible.
It seems hard to swallow. Don't you have anything more concrete, Pierce?
Semmire nem emlékszik, viszont velünk van úgy ma.
Bradley, what do you remember?
I don't understand your question.
The night
Basz
we
meg,
went
mire
to
emlékszel?
Hawkins' mansion. You don't seem to remember the tunnels and what occurred there.
No memory of going down any tunnel. No, we were in the manor, then what? The rest is quite blurry. I don't recall how I came back home.
Na, akkor nem emlékszel.
I went to visit you at the hospital and called on Marie's help to get you released.
And you don't remember the events of the tunnel?
I don't. Let's talk about something else.
Akkor inkább nem beszélünk semmiről. De várjál, meg tudunk beszélni.
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course, he's a patient. Or was.
Igen, csak
I
volt.
haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
Nem is fogod, nem?
Knew Sarah Hawkins. And that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
I didn't see what, but something was there with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved?
HyperX, de
How
nem
could
is
she have
stimmel.
murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
Persze, elmondjuk neki, hogy szétrobbant a teste kb.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
El kell neki mondani.
He's right. We can't ignore the truth.
But it could drive her mad.
Better madness than ignorance. Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
Let us go now and learn the truth about...
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Hát nem piálunk, nem józanodunk, nem? Ezek így is már kétféle gyógyszert kap, vagy gyógyszert, hát kétféle... Akármit is. Sanders residence. Mondjuk ezt a döntést ezt jobban tudom meghozni ott, amikor beszélünk vele. Mint előre. Mert most így megmondtuk, tehát most... Ki tudja, hogy mi derül ki itt, érted? Hát most...
What can I do for you, sir?
Mrs. Sanders?
Háromszög frufru.
I'm a private detective. We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely what brings me here.
Na nézd meg.
Well,
Macska ott van.
here.
Macska.
you know each other.
Our paths crossed, briefly. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr.
Jó, hogy
Pierce.
jó Pete.
And do make yourself comfortable.
Köszi, hogy itt voltál.
It would seem that you have much to tell me.
Na, itt is tele a festményekkel.
May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Yesterday. I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings. Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died. How was he? Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
Honnan tudja amúgy? De mert pszichológiból nem vagyunk. El kellett volna költeni a pontunkat.
He started raving, screaming that a dimensional shambler had found him.
Oh, mercy, that story again. Why have him interned?
That was when he began to convulse and twist with pain. Or terror, it's hard to tell.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not really sure of what I saw, or what I didn't see. But it's best that you weren't there.
I should have been there. What you're telling me is outrageous. I need to understand. How could this happen? In a reputed institute? And right before your eyes? Did you not do anything to help him?
Hát basszeg. Hát ez... Új, ezt tesztelhetjük.
It's terrible what happened to your husband, but I had nothing to do with it. I was injured, and I came across him in the hospital quite by chance.
Injured? Well, I'm delighted to see you in such fine fettle, Detective. Not everybody enjoyed such a prompt recovery.
I suppose Fuller does do miracles now and again.
Luck is obviously very kind to you. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
Hát ezt nem nagyon hitt el, nem?
Did your husband talk to you about Sarah Hawkins' visitor? A shambler, to use his precise terms.
Well, you can't imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The Shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself, if you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it...
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long.
Hol a kép?
Did she really care for him after all?
Igen. Hogy a Fuller. Fuller küldött levelet róla. Koncert.
The day the Shambler came into the Sanders' lives.
Az a kép az. New clue memorized.
A house of artists. A house of artists.
Is that?
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close. Friends, even?
Milyen... Macska, milyen kevés.
Sanders' accession register. He wrote beside the Shambler, "Finally." What did Sarah Hawkins fear so much that she didn't want to sell the painting? He finally won. Was Sanders aware of his imminent doom? She first refused to sell the painting. How did that make her feel? She despises Sarah Hawkins, but it's the painting she truly hates. Why?
Igen.
I need to see it.
Medicina. Ajtót bezár.
Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph.
Mozog a kép. Már nem mozog a kép.
I could use one of those. A strange Amerindian pendant. Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
Oda ingyen adta végül oda.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Scared that they suffered the same fate at the lost time. Slide.
That's twice you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
A macska.
I've got a lot of bad habits.
Some can be more fatal than others. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I have a well-off client in Boston who heard about the death of Francis Sanders and wanted me to size up his estate before making an offer to his widow.
Nice story. Bad lie. Learn how to dupe, Detective. But as long as you keep out of my way, you're free to carry on with your visit.
Mindent a izére kellett volna laknunk akkor.
And you? What brings you to the Sanders home?
I'm here on business. Irene asked me to liquidate all these paintings. She doesn't intend to hang around here for long.
Why you?
Believe it or not, there aren't many collectors on Darkwater. It needs someone with a network and a means of transport to the mainland. A choice that comes down to Fitzroy and me. And I'm far more pleasant, wouldn't you say?
Na, menj arrébb. Ez Bestiarium. Elolvastam, és ez a hatása lesz a végzetemre. The kind of encyclopedia of monstrous and unknown creatures. I'm beginning to believe that they exist. Amúgy expert amúgy. Expert az agyunk, vagy nem az agyunk, de az elokvenciánk. Hát amúgy lehet, hogy föl kell tornázni az okkultizmet. Ott hidden. Áj, basszeg, mindenre akarok rakni. Mindenre akarok rakni, és nem tudok semmire. Igen, az okkultizmet nem is lehet. Most nézem, tehát hogy ez a múlik, amiket találok. Ja. Ez legalább megkönnyíti annyival a dolgunkat, hogy akkor nem kell rakni. Én gyanús is volt, hogy amúgy miért találunk dolgokat. Spot hidden. 6 pont kell, 6 pont kell amúgy a maxoláshoz. Szter. A többi menjen. Erre. Mélyre kell vele nyúlni? Mi elől kéne innen itt elbújni? Ki tudja, Konti, ki tudja? Ezek a táblák. Tudom. Csak te mit csinálsz itt?
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Kolumbiai előtti időkről való.
The public entrance to the gallery. Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Ilyen galéria genyóga. Érdekes macska, mi? De áldozati tőrök.
The man transforms an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
Semmi titkos, akármi. Jön a festményből. Fog jönni. Fog jönni a festményből. Ez a macska ágy alatt.
What the hell was that?
Hogy emlékezel, macska, erre? Még a kalendáriumban. Igazából most mi lenne a feladat? Mi? Már úgy, hogy... Lehet, hogy csak ki kéne jutni innen, de voltak dolgok, amiket ott... Nyugi.
What the hell was that? Damn. Maybe I can use this dagger.
Várjál most, hát hogy...
What the hell was that?
De nem volt erről szó. Amit a tőrről. A tőrről semmi.
Damn. Did it hear that? Maybe I can use this dagger.
Basz meg, köszi. De ez most...
What the hell was that?
Hát, hogy most honnan derül neki, hogy melyik az? Igazából olyat próbálok keresni, mint amilyen volt a izébe. Köszi Blade, baszki. Hát ez biztos nem.
Damn. Maybe I can use this dagger. I can't even touch it.
Hát én úgy így lófasz nem lehet látni.
Damn it! This dagger didn't work.
Hát amúgy ez se fog működni nyilván.
Damn it! I have to use a specific dagger.
Ami ilyen tüskés, csápos, az lehet. Á, tudja. Tudja.
What the hell was that?
Nem, az lehet, hogy ezt a képen nem próbáltuk. Nem ez. Ez. Nem ez. Ez.
That maybe I can use this dagger. Damn it! This dagger didn't work.
Nem tudom, hogy most hol van. Próbálom memorizálni, hogy melyiket használtuk. De...
What the hell was that?
Az volt... Ez nem volt, de ezek jók lehetnének. Volt. Menjen el.
Maybe I can use this dagger. Damn it! This dagger didn't work.
Damn it.
This dagger looks different.
Ez lehet az. Igen, rajta van a jel, rajta van a jel. Nagyon sima. Visszaszippantja! Nem, nem! Nem! Vágd meg! Hú. Micsoda? Micsoda? Micsoda?
What's the matter with you?
Oh. Kösz, macska.
You sure you won't be needing that hand? You're losing it, Detective. At this rate, you're right. The bottle will get you before I do.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Hát passz meg, ugorj be a képbe. De hogy mit misszeltünk el, hogy nincs elég okkultizmunk? Hogy lehetne ennyi okkultizmunk egy idő alatt?
I was attacked by a creature. I pushed it back, I think.
I think so too.
You knew. You knew about the beast.
What are you talking about? Think yourself lucky that I saved your hand,
Tudtad
even if it
róla,
was to
macska.
save my goods.
Tudtad róla,
You
macska.
mean me?
Don't flatter yourself, sweetheart. I'm talking about the contents of this gallery. And by the way, where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
This symbol on the dagger, it was all over Sanders' cell. It's what protected him. It's what protected me, too. If Hawkins was trying to get rid of this shambler, she might have made contact with Drake. This antique dealer has a good knowledge of the occult. I have nothing to lose by meeting him.
You've got your spunk back. Go where you want. I'm staying here to talk business with Irene.
Nem ez meg. Chapter 7? Algernon Drake. Hát ugye a névtelen könyvesboltba kutakodni, nyomozni tovább az ügyben. Hát ott nem feltétlen bolondozz bele, Dank. Hogyha nem mész vissza sokkal. Nagyon jó kezdés.
Egy bemelegítés, ha már ráhangolódunk a játékra.
Köszi, Roy. Getszó. És itt is vagyunk a könyvesboltban. Azt nem tudjuk hol van. Azért kicsit kutakodunk, mert itt át kell nézni a dolgokat.
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Ha? Erre hogy voltak itt a gombok? A J volt ugye az. Várj, kicsit nézzük meg, hogy voltak a pontok elosztva. Én az Eloquence-re nyomtam mindent, de amúgy... Hát igazából legszívesebben felhúztam volna mindent, és ezekből biztos, hogy nem találtunk egy csomót meg. Hát teljesen igazad van, Dank. Én csak azt mondom, hogy ugyan nem nagyon van hátulütője. History of Darkwater, igen. Tehát, hogy nem nagyon van hátulütője. Amit mondtál, hogy legyen valami hátulütője, hát hogy nem nagyon van. És azért annyira az, hogy mondjuk egy időpontot tud visszamenni. Ha évek telnek el, akkor az éveket újra átélni, úgyhogy jó, hát végül is éveket újra leéled az életedet nagyjából, de akkor is. Itt az egész Darkwaternek a történetét el lehetne olvasgatni, úgy látszik. Várjál, Embryopause, hát azok csöcsök. Hát vagy hát legalábbis mell. Érted, lol? Jó, újra töltöttük a... lámpást. Ez a medicinás. Ilyeneket kellett volna találni sokkal többet, meg ugye a...
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's theosophical movement. Its followers place truth on the same footing as a religion.
Jó, ez az okkultizmet. Na szóval azt mondtam, az okkultizmhez is kellett volna találni többet. Hát basszeg, olvassuk már, ha ide.
This book contains unholy knowledge.
Bad ending, bad ending. Worst ending, nyugi. Unholy knowledge. Hát... Ezeket most mi alapján tudom már elolvasni? Nyilván nem tudom elolvasni. Mondjuk a képek is eléggé disturbingek. Ugye ebből is kifogy a nafta. Atom, jó. Igen, nézelődni kell amúgy, hogy tényleg föl tudjam húzni ezért, mert volt egy-két döntés már, ahol nem volt meg a kellő okkultizmem, meg a medicinám. Ó, bemegyünk a pult mögé, az ott mi?
What happened here?
Ezt rekonstruáljuk.
Let's start over. Where did they break in from? Blood? Seems like amateur work.
Az eléggé amatőr, bazd meg kajak, hogyha úgy töri be, hogy már szét is vérzi az egészet. Hát gyerekek, hát ott hagyja a déneset. Ott hagyja a dénese.
Someone tall left this footprint. A man, probably.
Azt még rá is lép, nézd meg. Oda nem tudunk átmenni.
This burglar seems to be rather clumsy.
Igen, ez valami balfasz volt.
What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene?
Ez valami a saját boltjába tört be, én azt mondom. De nem, akkor meg folyált volna ennyi balfasz. Nézd meg a széfet. Okkultizm.
What the? Charles Hawkins?
Charles.
Looks like the symbol rejected Hawkins.
Ja, igen, mert az... Jó, mert ugye az izébe is, ugye...
What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess?
Azok a szemek lettek rajzolva, hogy távol tartsák a dolgokat.
Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe.
A Charles MP.
Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
Jó, rekonstruálhatjuk. Igen, ki kell nyitni valahogy a széfet, hát most meg kell tudnunk, hogy mivel nyitjuk ki.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
Hát úgy néz ki, hogy mindenki altatót nyom.
What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
This key that bears the elder sign is the only one able to protect your psyche. Úgy mondod? Jó, igen. Hát olyat még nem néztük meg. Atomi. Itt volt, amit nézett, nem?
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
If somebody finds these memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality. In order that they be recovered and burned. The funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of a capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrate acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek word. Hol van, Francis? Each cylinder is numbered, even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason usually prevails in the end. Mi? Ez nagyon nehéz. If by chance a person, or should I say a genius, was to match my intellect and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content in the safekeeping of my friend and colleague Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. The content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous for it to fall into the wrong hand. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents and that you will act accordingly. In any event, I will neither be there to guide you nor to suffer from your actions. Micsoda? Tehát innentől számít, gondolom. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. It lies within my safe and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders. Each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek word. Szintroxin sokkal jó fordító. Even if a celebrated playwright says... Order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Because even though I am usually an adept of organized chaos, I must admit that more often than not, it still is reason that prevails. Passzák. Hát gyerekek, tehát ez... De más nincs. Más nincs. Ebből az üzenetből kéne okoskodni. Vagy...
A strange amulet. I have a feeling I'd better not touch it.
Aminek nincs köze hozzá. Ennek se, ezt se tudom. Nem tudja. Micsoda? Még egyszer. Ezt fordíthattok. Vagy mi? Hát ezt most az, hogy lefordítjátok a szöveget. nyilván ez nem kapcsolódik. Tehát ebből kéne. Tehát olvasom, hogy following message is of capital importance. Ezt vágom, de mi? Tehát szerinted ezt úgy érti, hogy nem a szövegbe kell megtalálni, hanem máshol?
Arkham editions. Never heard of them. How many volumes are there in this collection?
Hát amúgy igen.
Another volume by Arkham editions.
Akkor...
Arkham editions. How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. How many volumes are there? Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. How many volumes are there in this? Another volume by Arkham editions.
Yeah.
How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. Never heard of him. How many volumes are there in this collection?
Jó, én valamiért úgy gondoltam, hogy a szövegből kell ezt kiokozni.
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
Jó, mondjuk, hogy kijöttem volna, akkor az megvan is, de... Ja.
Things are not looking good.
Amint hogy a szobából kijöttem volna.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets.
Me?
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets.
Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. Never heard of him. How many volumes are there? Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham editions. Arkham editions. Never heard. How many volumes are there in this collection?
Hermetikum.
I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension
Ez
grows.
egyértelmű.
We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Ez egyértelmű.
Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
Még be is mondta, hogy 9, amúgy. 3? Vagy most a királynőve egy? 3. Mi volt az első? Még egyszer. Red drops like precious stone lie fixed set in divine gold.
To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing...
The chalice of knowledge.
To pay to know it.
The chalice of knowledge.
Hogy számolod ezt meg? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Secrets.
5, 3, 9? Vagy 5, 3, vagy 5, 4? 3. De irányon kívül, akik védték. Nagyon sima. Nagyon sima. Aha, szóval mi volt a szépben? Hát az 600 oldal. Nagyon amúgy nyilván nem, csak kurva vastagok a lapok, de... És ezt most... Mi? Mi? Átkerült a tudatom egy másik testbe? Azt írja legalábbis. A book covered in humans skin lied inside irresistibly attracted the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body. Igen, hogyha a pontos fordítást akarunk, akkor az elméje átlövelt egy másik testbe. Köszönjük. Na csázsoca. Nézzük, hogy hova lövelt át az elme.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
Dr. Colden.
Dr. Fuller. It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
Very well. I'll examine him. His skin shows abnormal loss of
Tehát, hogy
color.
a női testbe lövelt át egyébként az elménk.
He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem to feature a slight ring under the skin. Tender at the touch. Slightly sticky.
Sticky.
Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia.
Petechia.
Doesn't seem like
Ez már fél diploma is kell. Fél orvosi diploma.
Indicate the presence of a foreign body. 30-year-old subject. Severe hypothermia. Erythematous papules around the eyes.
Erythematous papules.
Necrosed palpebral tissue.
Necrosed palpebral tissue.
So, doctor, an opinion?
Egyetért?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to
Egyetért.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
I see signs of hypodermatosis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
In spite of muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
Csatlakozik?
And yet,
Tudod, melyik filme
If
volt?
there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than
Na,
that
ha tudod, melyik filme volt, akkor piros pont.
What about his
Csatlakozik?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
Did you examine his abdomen?
Tudja,
It
Dank,
seemed
tudta
there's
Dank.
something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema?
Miért nem
Pushing with your
csatlakoztam?
finger won't leave
Utána
a
meg...
trace.
Mondjuk, miért nem
And look
csatlakoztam?
at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Hát,
Whatever it is,
csak nem terhes, igen, a
this man
férfi.
has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
De mi, a kis sátán bújt a
Dr. Fuller
hasába?
said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth.
Persze, hát napszemüveget hord vizébe, sötétbe.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
UFO nő belébe?
This
Vagy mi
poor
a
man is
hasába?
from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations.
Mutálódik. Gürlényén mutálódik.
Killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Átváltozik.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
Nézd meg.
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
Hasonlít valakire.
There. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
I've seen
Bemondja neki a tutit.
suction cups on his fingers, his falling body temperature, his dehydration. Had I only read the report, you know what I would have concluded, Doctor.
Do I? Tell me anyway. I'm curious.
He's no longer human. These are the attributes
Human.
of an animal.
De milyen állat?
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
Cephalopod?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does.
Hullő állat.
I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my
De akkor most
discovery.
itt igazából ezt csak átéljük, de nem irányítjuk. Tehát ez megtörtént, nem?
It will be in time.
Gondolom, hogy nyilván.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
Was that a threat? What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to
Inkább lennére
protest,
hasonlítottam
I
szemüvegbe.
will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Hát nem tudom, azért van egy pár ember. Hidden files, nobody mentioned crimes for now. Már bemondjuk.
All that evidence exists. I'm sure of it.
Bemondjuk
I
ha
need
most.
to find the missing medical files.
And where would you find those? In his office. What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Kurva, nem kellett neki mondani semmit.
You can count on me. I'll keep Mom.
Ha, kurvára. Ó, beszélj. Nem kellett volna neki is mondani. A rohadt figye.
An unknown medicine. Judging by the other ones, it causes heavy side effects.
Ezek mindig beköpnek az ilyenek. Túl nagy rajtuk a nyomás, azt elmondják, akármi van. Nézelődünk kicsit.
Hay fever. What's he doing here?
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological
Tiszta
solution
vérfoltos a köpenye.
He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation.
Jók ezek az orvosi dolgok itt.
Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is
Fáj a
too
ládája.
high. Replace it with 2% glucose solution with insulin,
Introxin tud fordítani, ha tud fordítani.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
Az a mine objective, hogy be kell jutni az irodába, de azért nézelődünk.
The whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
What did you see there?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight through.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps. No idea. Passed out.
Rájult.
He broke his back in an accident down by the dock.
I'll just sleep.
Nem is mond többet. Ez
Mrs.
meg már
Sanders?
halt. Ott. Nem, mint egy baba.
Why did nobody tell me about her admission?
Mi? Akkor ő meghalt ő is. Utána, hogy mi van? Nagyon komoly most már. Ez nem az iroda még, ez nem számít az irodának.
What is the boiler room key doing here? The key to the boiler room. Not where I expected to find it.
De miért nem rakjuk el?
The key to the boiler room.
A boiler
Not where I
szoba.
expected to find it.
Boiler. Boiler, ha mondja.
The key to the boiler room. Not where I expected to find it. The key to the boiler room. Not where I expected to find it. Intoxication from breathing organic vapors.
Hát nem az. Be kell jutnunk az irodába.
Another insomniac. I should find the cause for such a widespread trouble.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This
milyen
patient
rúzs
was
az, bazd
again
meg?
brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been
Szürke.
following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight.
Milyen
We
kis
haven't
izé
been able to
balettcipő
move
van
him.
rajta.
The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir, I am going to examine you. Do you understand?
Hát ez már nem
Inject
ért
him with a
semmi.
dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct
Pentobarbital.
the clinical examination.
Hát ennek mondjuk már szerintem nem tök mindegy. Nem
His
már mint úgy,
binds
hogy...
left bloody wounds. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling.
So, doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Hát rajta már nem segít, de nyugi.
Those basement brutes tied him up too tight and now he's hurt.
I keep trying to heal his wounds, but he reopens them.
Do you have a diploma as a nurse?
Excuse me?
So take care of this man.
Jó. Az iroda amúgy.
Gentlemen,
Ez a
may I
kitchen.
help you?
We're waiting on
Az a
news
szkonyha.
regarding our mother, Maureen Harding. She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
I'm sorry. Dr. Fuller is a very busy man.
Well, is there anyone else who can tell us what's going on?
She's our only family, you know? And we can't even see her
Nagyon sokan nyomják itt a kecske szakállat.
Don't worry. I'm aware our institution is not always welcoming. But your mother is in good hands.
Főleg
I'll
kurva jók
tend to her
ezekből.
myself and keep you informed at once. Would that suit you?
Well, that sure sounds great to us, Doctor. Thank you.
But those are just words, so we're not budging.
Very well. At least I'll know where to find you. Patients and hospital personnel eat the same food.
Kurva jól néz ki a kaja. Fíha. Talán még valaki bele is csinált.
Watch out for the water, Doctor.
No, you're pulling my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the She's alone in the bathroom again. And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan.
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl.
You naughty girl.
And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we
Chronic insomnia. Like half the island.
De itt nem itt van ezzel.
The answers must be hidden in Fuller's office.
I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest.
It's temperamental, if I understand correctly.
Temperás. Igen, bazdmeg, bizé. Ötödös WC.
You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because
Ez férfi WC,
I'm
bazdmeg.
cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Courage.
Thank you, Doctor.
Veszek. Vannak állapotok itt. Nézzétek hát, ha itt még valamit, amit fölvehető, vagy megvizsgálható. De nem nagyon. Hopp. Ez is egy könyv. Csak, amit nem is lehet, gyűjtögetős.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's... Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
A fádba fogod.
Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
Nem lehet beleverni a fejét a keves polcba. Jó. Ezt a nőt disztraktolni kell. Meg kell várni a vizet. Jószeres.
The doses prescribed by Fuller are far too high.
Túl nagy, iszonyat nagy dózist írt föl, igen.
We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks.
Üres a gyógyszertár is.
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, but Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Mi szó, refused it?
Can't you do anything?
Mit adjon nekik,
Donovan
cukorkát?
takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment.
Ádám, a tudatunk belelövelt egy nőbe. Honnan lenne puskánk?
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this
It's
up.
temperamental,
And
if
I'm
I
the one who
understand
pays.
correctly.
What a pest. It's so unfair.
Don't go falling over. That would be stupid.
Jó. Erre mi van még? Ja, hát igen.
It's a quiet little town.
Még benne
Days
vagyunk,
go
Ádám, benne
by,
vagyunk.
steady as ever. I wanted more for myself, but
There's no way I'm leaving until I find what
I
Fuller
don't
is
get why
hiding.
they have us waiting so long.
Itt a fici.
No patience here.
Ethan,
Ja nem, ez nem a fici.
Marie,
Ez a Bradley.
what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
Ugye most a medicinben is master vagyunk, meg igen.
You're not here for treatment, right?
Am I so obvious?
Hát, eléggé.
Only to me. I know you worry about me.
I trust you. I'm happy to see you.
Me too, Ethan. Is that all?
Well, there might be something else. I'm not sure.
Tell me.
I have nightmares. They keep me awake every night.
Az egy ilyen feje, nem csodálom, nyugi.
They're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No.
Hát szerintem itt mindenkinek rémán van ebbe a kórházban.
It's like I'm turning mad.
Lehet kórháznak hívni egyáltalán.
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but I will figure all this out. Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Hát mondjuk arra mi lopasztatsz? Altatót.
No excuse then.
Én mondjuk ezért szed mindenki altatót
I should
akkor.
let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
Ezért szed mindenki altatót?
Dr. Colden.
Hát
Where did my fiancé go? I hope those nutcases will stop burdening her with work.
Sorry, but nobody can take anything until I finish the inventory.
Jó, nem magyarázzá.
Please.
Go.
This man, Edward Pierce.
Pierce?
His file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
De akkor ez most akkor van, amikor még ide került? Vagy hát... Ja.
Dr. Colden, we need you at
Mármint,
once
hogy...
in Dormitory B.
Nem tudom, Dunk. Azt sem tudom, mit tud a csaj.
What is the problem?
Megkezdjük ezt, hogy mi van.
Mr. Evans seems to be having trouble with his IV.
I've done an exam. Deborah is looking after him.
And the family of Mrs. Harding is asking to see her medical file.
I'll never understand why it's so hard to see patients' files around here.
Rules are rules. See, with Dr. Fuller, he's in charge.
Hát, hogyha azt összehozzuk Ádám, akkor
and I don't think they'll leave until they get
magamnak
what
én
they
is
want.
küldök egyet.
Understood. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, yes. A man has been brought up from the basement.
Az vagyok
I saw
én.
him, yes. It's always the same thing. They bring them up without any explanation, with a multitude of self-inflicted injuries. We take care of the wounds and then they leave. Each time, I feel like I'm sending them back to hell.
Their affliction is not our responsibility. You cannot save everybody, Doctor.
Everybody, Doctor.
In theory, this is where we hang the key to the boiler room. Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him.
The boiler room az...
Doctor, those people need you at the dormitory.
I'll tend to it.
Van már.
Do you want something?
Hát puskát, azt kéne elvileg, azt mondja Ádám.
The operating room is never accessible after an operation. Let's hope I can go through the administration office. The door to the boiler room is locked.
Where
did I see that key? Ah, yes. The office in Block B.
Amúgy ez azért butaság, tehát miért nem raktuk el abból a boiler room kulcsot, amikor sejtetted, hogy a karakterünk nem sejtette, de a...
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait.
Dr. Colden?
Block B, azt mondtam. De ide hova kell? Mit nézelődjek?
So there's Harding. She's still sleeping. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable. But Fuller was able...
Oh, it's just...
De. Lófasz. Mindenkivel megvannak.
Dr. Colden?
A boiler roomba.
I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
De mi itt ezek közül semmi? Hát hol lehet? Konyhán? Nem, ugye? De azok ott, ahol a gyógyszerraktárba? Az igen.
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion.
Ez az, nem?
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
Na hát kézeket lapátolod a szart.
And yet I'm the one who
Meg
gets punished because
WC-pumpáznak.
I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth. Here we go. And hold your tongue this time.
Oké. Ja, ő most akkor... Igen.
At last. The missing files must be hidden here. Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle.
Hogy kéne állni egyáltalán?
I've unlocked something.
Jó.
Patient files.
Például azt hittem, hogy felém, de akkor nyilván arra, mert a hajó menne. Cilinder, ismét egy kis cilinderezés.
Conclusions. Session number 17.
Köszönjük a fordítás szintén.
Sarah Hawkins.
Kurázs, Elizabeth. És tudtál fogd a nyelved.
The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos.
The mythos.
It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
Teljesen megbolondította a szarát. Mármint,
Why does Dr. Fuller write
hát a hölgyet, azért szarát.
Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key.
Ilyet most igazából elmeséli, hogy azt hitte. Tudta, hogy a vére. De aztán nem tudta megmagyarázni, hogy képességei azok mégis, hogy...
The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came.
Frici, igen.
Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later.
Why is Ethan on medication? Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller.
Frici.
What is the connection between these three?
De most akkor Fitzroy ez nem volt benne?
To set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden.
This finger belonged to a woman. Why keep it here?
Látok.
Of course.
Előbb úgy nem mutatta.
Sarah Hawkins is the connection.
De mi, hogy kötődik Fritz Royhoz? Ennyi, más nincs itt? Ezt nem kéne visszacsukni? Tehát, hogy... Vagy whatever?
There's no way I'm leaving until I find what Fuller is hiding.
Pszichiátriára. Ez nem. Igen. Itt megyünk le, de tehát hogy valójában mi itt voltunk lenn, ha érted. Mármint, hogy nem most mi, hanem úgy egyébként mi. Ha? Hát ez itt egy kis paradicsomos húsgombóc. Zárva. Elszorodott a paradicsom része. Zárva. Hát akkor erre. Ez nyitva? Ah.
Now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
Na az de fasza. De most végül is nekünk ez mindegy, nem? Mármint, hogy... Igen, tehát hogy ezért. Most csak... Ez már amúgy is megtörtént.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around.
Itt van a könyvtáros, vagy hát a könyves. Könyvboltos.
Talk, filthy thief! I swear I'll shoot!
Eloquence-ben masterek vagyunk, tehát hogy expert kéne hozzá. It was chance. Hát hogy meggyőzni meg tudjuk, de amúgy, tehát hogy igen, ezt is mondhatnánk, mert ugye az unlockolt answer. De minek raktuk ki azért, ha nem ezt mondjuk?
Books, knowledge. These are your weapons.
What am I supposed to do against men like you?
I understand. You have to protect yourself.
It's true.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
Mi? De nem elég jó az okkultizmunk.
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Necronomicon?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute.
Halottak könyve.
She's in danger.
Mi az a halálkönyve?
I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
Ez igaz. Yes.
All right. I might need you after all.
Perfect.
Ez
Let's meet later at
hatással
the
lesz a
Hawkins
sorsomra.
mansion.
Ugye a végzetemre,
Now
bocsánat.
go. Rescue the doctor.
Thank you, Drake.
De itt miért nyomja tövig a gázt? Tehát szedd alá! The book projected Pierce into the body of Dr. Colden. The detective watched helplessly as Bradley's friend carried out her inquiry. Confronted with the experiments of Fuller, she got into his office and discovered that the director of the Riverside Institute was hiding information on, if not the body of Sarah Hawkins. But she was discovered by Fuller. Pierce must save her before it's too late. De szedd alá! Tehát gyakorlatilag most tehát akkor nem akkor játszódott, hanem most játszódott. Gyakorlatilag, tehát most oda megyünk, hogy kiszabadítsuk.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive.
De most mi bemásztunk az ablakon, hogy már az irodában vagyunk. Diary of the Pastor's Wife.
An old diary.
Nézzük meg itt a...
The Scylla is here. Like in the vision. Colden came this way. What the... Fuller too.
Mindenki, hát mindenki szedte. Mindenki haltatózik. Would you read the book? Mindent elolvasunk, hogy aztán a végzetünkre olyan hatásra legyen, hogy mindenki megdöglik. Vagy hát nem tudom. Mit nem lehet elolvasni? Mert nem tudom, mire gondolsz. Itt ezt lehet elolvasni, ezt. Ennyit. Ez a könyv konkrétan egy dimenzió utazó lényekről szól, akiket be se tudunk sorolni. Bestiary of the Myth. Oké.
How old is Fuller, really?
1849. Fuller. Ugyanilyen idősen. Ajjaj. Vámpír. Vagy halhatatlan.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Jó, csak az van. Kicsit így felfedezek azért minimálisan. Nincs itt semmi, nem? Retyó van. Azt erre nem nyílik. The fuck?
My God, what is happening to me?
What the fuck is that?
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else. What happened? Something has changed, but what?
Hogyha felveszek egy olyan lámpát, akkor meg tudom változtatni az útvonalamat? Úgymond. Igen. Nem tudok átmenni. Az ajtó le volt szemekkel rajzolva. Tele volt szemekkel rajzolva. Meg kell a másik lámpát nézni. És így ki van nyitva. Uomo delinquente. This pseudo-scientific work by Cesar Lombroso correlates an individual's morphology with his criminal predispositions. The seriousness of the study and the accuracy of the demonstrations can deceive an uninformed reader. Ez bentre mutat?
Where have I seen this symbol?
Égettem. És akkor ezt is le tudjuk? Hát ezt nem. De már! Genyó. Köszi. Miért jó? Igazából ezzel a lámpával szerintem csak kinyitni tudtuk az ajtót, és most kéne visszaváltani és úgy bejönni. Mert a másikkal a jelet meg tudjuk szüntetni. Itt van.
Destiny, it has trapped you.
Ezt nem tudjuk, ma ott az. Most akkor melyik tűnt el? WC-be? De nem ezt tudjuk leégetni, jó? Tovább megy. Jaj. Valahogy át kell oda mennünk. Miből gondolod, Ádám? Nyilván ezt le tudjuk. Ja. fasz volt?
You are confronting powers that surpass you.
Oké. Nem érdekel, megyek, basz, nem megyek, nem érdekel. Tovább megy. Aj, fel van falazva. Lefalaszták, basz meg. Ez baj. Hú. Igen. Oh. Ezzel a lámpával amúgy annyira nem para. Igen, ezt ajtót kellett kinyitni hozzá. És most vissza a másik lámpához. Úgy ide eljönni. A kurva! Ráadásul még az is. Ráadásul még az is. Köszi amúgy. Genyó. Megvan. Sikerült. Mehetünk le. Én még akartam is mondani, hogy egyébként milyen szar lenne, ha random is jönnének, és akkor egy csír, és akkor random bejön egy. Ja, köszi.
What's going on? It never ends.
Sosincs vége! Sosincs vége! Sosincs vége! Sosincs vége! Sosincs vége! Sosincs vége! Ja, neked milyen volt a gimnázium, Ciuska?
Damnation. That's me.
Oh God!
Mi a fasz? Mi a fasz? Mi a fasz? Mi a fasz?
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on. You must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Colden? What's going on? Was it a hallucination?
Hát biztos, hogy nem él a nő. Vagyis, hát... Úgy néz ki, de... És ez a nyikorgás...
Take a seat and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now. No, it can't be.
No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pierce.
Na most megdög lesz.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Irigykedni.
Murderer! This madness must stop!
What? Fölkelt a nő, bassz meg.
Colden?
Mi? Fölkelt, majd visszafeküdt, és közben lelépett a csávó. Tessék? És most meg full halott? Mi a gyík a fasza történik? Ez hallucináció az egész. Nem szabad ilyen sokáig néznem a festményeket. Ördögi erő rejlik bennük. Belekerültem. Belekerültem a festményre. Szara!
What did they do to you?
De mi? Mi? Akkor kiégett ott kiégett benne a villába, vagy mi volt az? A manzióba. Mit ad neki? Mit ad neki? Kis katonát? 3 deci sör, vagy mi 3 liter sört tüskével.
He gave him the gold and I the azure. I don't see him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm
here, but no.
Let's get you
Nem hiszem, hogy tud róla, hogy baja van.
Dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's as of the oldest green. Violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
Mrs. Hawkins, we must go before someone finds out.
Oh, but he will. He always knows these things when it's about me.
Nem úgy. Nyomjuk ezt. Mert ezt nem
I
tudom
have
még.
seen the same color. It was not as vivid as you said.
Ez a végzetünkre hatással lehet.
Discarded spawn.
Vagyis hát lesz.
Do you know what it was? Tell me.
I can't. We should not call his name. Terrible consequences.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us.
Akkor kiégett a tűzbe? Mert ugye ő se, meg a férj se.
It was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course.
Mi? De hogy festhetett le?
You mean the guards?
Abba is lehet.
Oh no.
Menekülős. Hogy rábaszták a rönköt, vagy mi az? Hogy honnan került oda? Rá, ott fölrakták a rönköt.
It's the green. The decaying one.
Mi?
Gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it.
Mit akar? Tekergetni a zöldet. Zöldet akar tekergetni. Nyilván nem tekerődik ez se. Semmelyik nem tekerődik.
I'd be better off finding a tool. Perfect.
Póker. Nem fejeztetem a muszklimat.
That should do it. Let's move.
Ajjaj. Ajjaj, az csápos. Ez a Charles. Woman. Bár ő mondjuk lehet, hogy benne égett. Csak csápos lett. Le van folyva a fél arca. Ajjaj. De mi az, fúgyúlékony? Aj!
Nobody tells me what to do with my wife.
Hát azért léket, üthetett volna egy kurva nagy léket a koponyájába.
No! Why take her away and I could snap your neck?
Nincs elég okkultizm. Hát, ha ezt elhiszi, gyerekek, ha ezt elhiszi, be is szarok.
For her safety was throwing her in this rat hole. I hid her well enough. You let Fuller play with her. Stop. I did everything I could to protect her. But her identity, her power is what threatens
Elhiheti
her.
amúgy.
What? Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am?
Amúgy itt most, bazdmeg mennyi a lehetőség.
Magic. The bookstore. How do you know that?
De tök minden úgyis a történet végére kell járnunk, akármilyen befejezése lesz, hogy kiderítsünk mindent.
Does not matter. Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her.
Cthulhu hívja.
We get rid of its members. You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole.
A ligámon kívül vagyok.
She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her. Don't! No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But I will change it. I will save Sarah.
Az lesz... Mi? Jó, hát mondjuk igen. Áthúzza! Ömlik, fröcsög, spriccel a vér! Földbe gyökezett a lába. Ott van. Mondjuk az mi? Balta? Honnan volt balta? Ez már csak nem... De bazzeg, hát amúgy azt lelőtték és élt. Jó, mondjuk csak fölgyullad, nem? Jó, ott már folyik rendesen a vér. Az csak elég neki. Hogy ne kelljen föl többet. Így eljuthatunk Cthulhuhoz. Hát ha meghalt a Colden, meghalt akkor most már a Charles is. Be is kulázott. Akkor meg akarjuk védeni, és többet akarunk tudni arról, hogy mindent a dolgokról a szarával kapcsolatban. Hát akkor rajta keresztül akarnak a kultisták megidézni egy ősi, gonosz istent.
No parent should have to bury their child, knowing it's me that put him there. The guilt will never go away.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back.
Egy X-es tengergyümölcs.
My work was what lured me here in the first place.
Mi?
It began showing me things I never should have painted. things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you?
Így lett a tűz, nem?
I took care of you, saved you from your miserable life. You'll never find a man.
Hogy ez még nem az?
You owe me.
I owe you nothing. We'll leave now.
Ajaj.
You're not going anywhere.
Így lett a tűz, így lett a tűz. És leégett az arca, neki baszta a tüzet. És ez a lámpát ugye. Meggyulladt az arca. És ezt túlélte. De mi is, hogy halt meg a gyerek? Ja, mi elájultak mindketten, vagy mi?
Come on. It's over now.
Mennyi ponton van amúgy? 10? Amúgy hát az investigationre kéne. Spot hidden. Spot hidden amúgy. Így. Szerintem így. Hát az túlélte.
Mr. Pierce.
Aztán talált egy David Jones
you.
Good. Sarah doesn't have much time.
What are you doing here?
Did you think I would let you confront the occult without supervision?
This is too dangerous for a bookworm like you.
Algernon, I need to talk to Mr. Pierce.
Very well, Sarah. I will be in Charles Hawkins' office.
Amúgy akkor a nő az végül is, hát teljesen kitisztult már, mint hogy így agyilag, ahogy nézem, nem? Nem iszok többet.
You seem different.
Yes. When I woke up this morning, my mind was sharper. Cleaner. I can still hear the voice calling me. It is so strong. So ancient. Enticing. Dangerous. I may never be able to escape his grip, but for now I can keep it at bay. I know what I owe you, Mr. Pierce. But I can't come back to Boston with you.
Megjöttél, igen, ezeket állokkoltuk. De okkultizmust is tudunk. Menjen az okkultizmus, nem?
I saw everything. The tunnels under your house, the rituals, the secret society. I must get you out of its reach.
I know how dangerous they can be to me. But first, there's the Wanderer. I must find it and kill it. I am the only one who can end its slaughter.
No. No, you will come with me to Boston.
I owe you no obedience.
This isn't about what you want or don't want to do. You would risk destroying the world just because you can't face the consequences of your actions.
I am willing
to mi is itt hagyhatnánk a gecibe az egészet.
No. You're just trying to
Stilbe tör fészi Mika, mint Assassin's Creed-ben.
I know what I have done. I will not rest until the creature is sent back to its dimension.
You can't give up, even knowing the stakes.
Yes, thank you.
Still, I won't let you go.
What?
You will stay here until I find a safe way to return to Boston.
That's ridiculous.
Dori, köszi a raidet.
Algernon knows of a way to protect me. Help
Köszi,
him
köszi,
find what
Dori.
he seeks, and we may all survive this
Sziasztok.
battle.
All right.
Köfi.
I'll help you.
Most elvileg ugye a spot hiddent azt fölhúztuk maxra. De nem hiszem, hogy itt lenne bármi cucc, bár benne van. Elvileg az irodában van, azt mondta. Én nézelődök, hát ha van.
Seeing you again. Ah, it's you. I'm here for her, not you.
I don't care why you're here. Your usefulness is the only thing that matters. How do we protect Mrs. Hawkins from the influence?
Ezt a karaktert Keanu Reeves eljátszhatná egy filmben,
By
nézd meg.
following Charles Hawkins.
Mondjuk itt is eljátszotta volna.
Thief, of course.
Nézd
What
meg.
do you mean?
He found something. An amulet. The symbol engraved on it could protect Sarah.
Could?
We are dealing with forces that by far surpass what your intellect can process. Feel free to ask me any question regarding the matters that exceed your grasp.
Beszélj. Gyakorlatilag minden, nem?
What is the true nature of the Necronomicon?
I see that you are interested in my precious book. It is the definitive book of knowledge of the occult, Mr. Pierce.
Written by
Abdul al-Hazred.
Al-Hazred.
It is the answer to many a question.
That is why it's so highly valued.
Yes.
Necronomicon.
And even though it is a copy, given to me as a gift by Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University, the work remains
Katonic jobban
very
mondod,
powerful.
mint Katonic.
I understand better why you keep it in a safe.
Szerintem. És ezt nem tudjuk de ezt mondtuk, azért nem tudjuk. Dimensional Shambler. Igazából végigmondhatjuk.
This creature, the Shambler. What is it?
It is a hunter. It travels from one dimension to another to hunt down its prey.
Francis Sanders was one of its victims. How could a creature like that end up in one of Mrs. Hawkins' paintings?
Sarah has an uncommon gift. A connection with entities that live beyond our reality.
Ő látja őket, és nem tudja, de lefesti őket. Igen. Átlát a másik dimenzióba, majd amikor transzba kerül, lefesti ezeket a dolgokat, amiket lát.
Let us say that it uses the painting as a portal into our reality. And we make enticing prey for it.
That's why we must find a way of sending it back to where it came from permanently. The dagger with the strange sign. Was it you who sold it to Francis Sanders?
If you are referring to the dagger of the ancients, then yes, it was me. Why?
Do you know what he intended to do with it?
Francis was primarily a collector of occult objects. He liked rare items such as the dagger. But I doubt he knew its purpose.
It allowed me to send the creature you call the Shambler back into the painting.
Fascinating. But I am afraid that this might only be short-lived.
You mean that thing could come back?
Yes, that is why I am looking for a more...
Hát akkor nem pusztult el nyilván. De az csak egy ilyen kis szar. Amit a Cthulhuhoz képest.
A genius like you must have already found a way to get rid of this creature, yes?
I sense your sarcasm, but it does happen that, yes.
Na és mi a megoldás?
I think I can destroy it. But for that I must approach the creature. And to be able to do so, I need the key to Rie.
Another one of your baubles.
It is no bauble.
Bauble.
It is a very powerful protection, able to repel very ancient forces. Much more effective than your cult.
What does it look like?
It is a golden amulet, bearing very ancient inscriptions and an elder sign at its center. A star with an eye in the middle.
I've already seen that sign. Where can we find it?
Therein lies the problem. That foul thief, Charles, has hidden it somewhere. I found this drawing among his personal effects.
Egyébként már láttunk róla képet.
Something to do with the location of the amulet.
I'll follow this lead. You continue searching.
That is what I intend to do. As for you, return here the second you find it. I don't want it to disappear again.
Ott van, nem? Nem ez az. Oh. Hogy erre most izé? Ja. Ez most le van zárva már. Meg kell találni az amulettet, előtte meg kell találni a szobot. És nem, meg kell találni, ja, meg kell találni az amulettet. Nézzük meg az emeletet. Ezért lehet ennyire szabadon mászkálni, úgymond.
Was Sarah Hawkins telling the truth?
Amúgy. Sketch of a still life. The sketch must guide me to the artifact concealed by concealed Charles Hawkins. Where have I already seen it? Hát amúgy nem tudom. Ahogy hol láttam. Vagy várj, vagy úgy kell, hogy most itt izé? Rekonstruáljuk? Nem, ez csak itt rekonstruálja szerintem. De lehet, attól még itt volt.
What kind of ritual was she preparing? Was the painting of the Shambler displayed here? Mrs. Hawkins never told me why she was in possession of the Necronomicon. How did she survive her encounter with the Shambler? How did she react? Was she afraid?
Hát, passzeg. De mondjuk oda bezárt abba a körbe, nem?
Did Charles Hawkins break the lock to enter?
Megmentette? Ja, amúgy más nem volt.
If the amulet can protect Sarah Hawkins from the influence of the mythos, I must find it.
No. Semmi. Hogy megcsinált a fény rajta, azt hittem, hogy ott is van valami, de nem? Gyerekszoba. Attól még lehetne, éppenséggel lehetett volna, hogy lehetne itt is. Jó, de nincs. Amúgy itt is vannak szobrok, de... Negatív a találat. Hol volt ilyen? De nem emlékszem, hogy lett volna bárhol amúgy. De várjál, ő mit csinál itt fönn? Úgy értem, hogy...
How are you, Bradley?
Itt muslakodik egyedül.
I'm just worried about Marie. I mean Dr. Colden.
Hát ő megdöglött, elvileg teljesen.
I'm so sorry, Bradley. I could do nothing to save her.
What do you mean?
Nem, hogy akkor azért halt meg, mert akkor úgy döntöttünk, amikor dönteni kellett.
I'm not sure what happened.
Amit benne
I
van.
found her body in the cellars of
Sziasztate. Beszartunk-e már? Hát, de már hányszor? Sírtől mindenképp. De most ő is kiborult, bazdmeg.
Truly.
It's that slug Fuller. I swear I'll shoot him.
De
What do
most
you say, Pierce? Are you with me?
Hát ezt mondjuk a Krixkraxot mondjuk,
Have
nem?
no fear, Bradley. Dr. Fuller will not escape the clutches of destiny for long. Sooner or later, he will be judged for what he has done. You just need to
Direkt.
have...
Te is csodás mondod, hello.
What are you talking about? What's this story of destiny? No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to wait for some mystical intervention. I'll take care of him. Myself.
We must do something for those who are still alive, Bradley. Sarah is still in danger as long as the cult is active. We need to see this through, otherwise Marie's death will have been in vain.
You're, the voice of reason, Pierce. As always.
Végül sikerült meggyőzni. Itt van, ez az. De emlékszem erre végig, csak itt az amulet. Amulet.
This is the amulet that Drake was looking for.
Ez most nagyon megbaszott. Hova jövök? Mögé. Irányok. Másik irányok. Argermonnak mutatjuk meg.
It's you again.
Jó, megvan, nyugodj meg. Nem tudjuk sajnos.
I think I've found what we're looking for.
Let me see that. Yes, that's it. It's perfect. We are saved.
I must tell Mrs. Hawkins.
Yes, do that.
Amúgy már gyorsban nyomjuk ezt, nem? Kell 2 CP.
I have it. It's a strange amulet. I hope it will protect you, considering that nothing will help you change your mind.
You must understand. I already went too far.
What have you seen that's so terrible you convinced yourself that you had to risk so much?
I can't tell you now.
This story is going to end badly.
Az biztos, hogy badly lesz.
Yes. Chief West is here with Sullivan.
Bradley, you take care of Sarah. I will deal with them.
You sure? All right.
Na, ezeket a feature-okat megleckéztetem. 1-2. Kancsal kicsit, nem?
You seem to enjoy causing trouble.
Nice job, Chief. You got me. Great police work.
You can try to play smart with me all you want, Pierce.
Te mi a fasz rendőrködnek itt?
Witnesses have identified you as the one who set fire to Riverside.
Witnesses? How
Mi?
convenient.
Ugye nem is látotta senki.
Story, is it?
I don't care about your stories. Save them for the judge. You know,
us cops. We base our investigation on facts and testimonies. You might want to try that next time.
Tök mindegy, innen úgy is kibeszélem magam, akármi történik.
You bet I will.
Darkwater Police Station. With the help of Algernon Dake, Pierce has obtained an amulet that is supposed to protect Sarah Hawkins against the evil powers that covet her. The painter told him of her desire to track and kill the dimensional shambler in order to atone for her sins before Pierce could stop her. He was arrested by the police. Ezt most felolvastam? És akkor most mi bevesznek egy cellába? Szavaztok? Assza.
You know, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
All good, I hope.
It appears that you've been involved in a variety of misdemeanors since your arrival on Darkwater. Entering private property, twice. Aggression, insulting behavior, and to top it all, arson.
Meg a lónak a fasza. Megmondjuk, hogy meg vagyunk együttműködünk meg minden.
And that you don't like guys like me. However, I think that these accusations are exaggerated and that we would benefit from working together.
If that means a confession from you and therefore less paperwork for me, then we've got a deal.
Na.
I'm serious. Can't you see what's going on right under your nose?
Yeah? So
Hát
what's
mondjuk
going
akkora
on
óra van,
that
nem
I
lett be
don't know
alá.
about?
Hát amúgy ezt használhatjuk, nem?
You'd be better off taking an interest in Dr. Fuller. The experiments he carries out on his patients are as inhuman as they are illegal. And when Dr. Colden wanted to put a stop to it, she too went under the knife.
What are you talking about? Nobody's reported any wrongdoings.
Na majd akkor ez a kemény, hogyha nő nem is halt meg. Meg a csávó. De a csávó mondjuk lelépett, ő biztos él, nem?
Is that why you set fire to his institute?
I'm admitting nothing at all.
Come on, I'll show you to your new residence. I'll be back later to ask you some questions. I hope that you'll make the right choice and confess to everything. It would be as unpleasant for you as it would be for me if I had to adopt more advanced questioning.
I have no doubt about that.
Good night, Mr. Pierce.
Mi ez?
Mr. Pierce, the truth seeker.
Jatan.
We meet at last.
Who's there?
Plafonból esik a víz.
I am the one men named Leviathan.
Leviathan.
Not because of the scale of my terrestrial form, but as a reminder of the immensity of my knowledge, which I came to share with you, human.
Az mondjuk még akár jó is lehet. Hát mondjuk addig lehet megfulladok.
Do not struggle. You will not be able to speak or escape my...
Akkor meg aztán pláne. Hát akkor választásunk sincs. Vagyis hát...
Excellent. Your mind has begun to expand.
Mármint, hogy hát végül is volt választásunk, de azt mondta, hogy nincs.
Dreams have been gently shepherded by the being they call the Oracle. But it is your curiosity and your fate that have led you up to this moment.
Mit behódoltam? Hát nem látod, hogy elöntötte az egész börtönt a víz, bazd meg, az víz alatt vagyunk egy ismeretlen idegen lénnyel, aki azt mondja, hogy nem tehetünk semmit. Akkor mit teszel? Mit csinálsz? Szilvás buktál?
The closer you will come to embrace his power. Where is the Oracle, Truth Seeker? Would you like to see her?
Hát ez egy yes, nem? Ha már itt vagyunk. Elfogadjuk. Innen már nem mehetünk. Innen már nincs visszaút.
I'll let you see for yourself, but do not forget, your fate has already been written. Our paths.
És már én is kíváncsi vagyok a végzetemre.
You know the risk, Sarah. If you happen to use your powers again, you may lose more than your life.
It is not about me, but innocent lives. I hope that your sources are reliable.
Most mit csinálnak itt? Nézd meg, egy kis lépcső is van szikla oldalba. Ajaj.
I knew it.
No, not again.
Ez baj. Nem is gondolom. De mi most belebújtunk Most várjál, most vagy a tudatunk... Vagy a tudatunk beleszállt szarába. Vagy most szarát irányítjuk. Mi ez a hely?
No way back.
Vissza már nem lehet.
How many are there?
Olyan sokat nem látok, de biztosan nagyon jó loot van itt. Jó, hát körülmentem, nincs semmi. Már úgy, hogy úgy jobbra kell menni. Ott van macska. Macska. Drake.
Sorry, old friend, but it's either you or me.
No! What are you... No! Open! Open up! Open this door!
Macska megint kibaszik mindenkivel. A Shambler. A Shambler. Annak annyi.
The beast is within our reach.
Na mi a tax?
you sure you want to do it?
Let's go.
Quickly, come with me!
How do we kill it?
The Shambler can open breaches between dimensions. He uses glyphs as anchors to stay in our world.
Az amulet, az lehet rajtunk is, nem?
Exactly.
How can I find him?
I will make the glyphs visible so you can revoke them. By doing so, this zone will be protected by a barrier.
Perfect. Stay inside the shield.
I'll create the protective barrier. Get back inside it as soon as you sense the slightest danger.
First...
The first glyph must have appeared somewhere on the floor.
Hol?
Find that symbol, Sarah. It should react to the light if you use your lamp.
Már ha megtalálom, akkor esetleg.
The glyph. I can't move it. Is it acting against me?
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no. The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready, Sarah.
Hát bazzeg, tehát... Akkor jól csináltam, csak korán használtam? Tehát én már előre gondolkodtam. Hát, hogy itt még elkezdett magyarázni.
The ritual is working. Don't worry, it's just until I ward it off. Oh no. The Wanderer is back. The glyph is ready,
Nem tud bejönni, nem?
He's getting stronger and more aggressive. If he catches up with you, try blinding him.
Ha. Hát akkor ennyi volt, nem kell semmi ezért csinálni. Hogyha nyomva tartom, akkor vakítom, és ennyi. Na, de hogy és akkor hol a kövi? Nem mondod, öcskös. Hát de hol?
That is what I'm doing.
Alatta. Itt volt az egyik is. Az első is. Hát nem látom. Mert ugye berakták őket a cellába. De mi? Mikor fogyott el az összes olaj a lámpából? Mikor fogyott el az összes olaj? A taverna csatornának köszönöm szépen az összes raidet, amit ide küldött minden egyes emberrel. Köszönjük szépen, nagyon szépen köszönjük szépen, és még egyszer köszönöm szépen. Sziasztok, hello! Csodálatos stream, biztos csodálatos volt, nagyon szépen köszi, és még egyszer köszi. De miért? Alapból nagyon lassú. Hogy fogyott ki? Tehát akkor amúgy az a tax, hogy ott azt nem lehet megcsinálni egyből. Tehát egy kis olajozás. Hol van? Hol? Tehát ki kell nyitni, vissza kell szökni ide. Úgy, mert különben instabasz. Sziasztok, hello.
De ki van itt?
Lév. Köszönöm szépen, Bade.
I'll never forgive myself for this painting.
Köszönöm szépen, Blade. Direktnek az ajándékszabot. Köszi. Pusztíts már. Jó.
I must breach the barrier to ward off the creature. You have to lure it in front of me, Sarah. Do you understand? Once it goes after you, I need you to guide it towards me.
Hát eddig is, de mi hát... Tehát azt mondja, hogy csaljuk ide. Tehát... Csaljuk ide, de hát alapvetően jön utánunk. Tehát így is ide fogjuk hozni. Hogy csaljam oda? Hát jelenjen meg, azt jöjjön utánam, nem? Semmi gond. Zsolt, érezd jól magad. Hello. Most... És tintázás kell. Tintázás. Nehogy kifagyjon megint. Én nem látom. Nem tudom, hogy mit gondol, hogy hol áll. Itt van, baszki.
Release me now! Algernon!
Quickly! Bring him towards me!
Emma! Köszi, Blade. Fú, baszki.
Well done, Sarah. It's time we were done with this painting.
I need some oil.
Ja, paintinget, jó. Nyugi, csak így már rá voltam koncentrálva, hogy... Mi? Jó, nyugi. Siker. Köszi, Blade, még egyszer. De tehát most megint csak visszazártuk a képbe. Tehát ez nem jelenti azt, hogy most akkor megint... Ajaj. Be fog mászni a képbe. De Algernon... Húzd meg... Fogd már meg, azt vidd már onnan! Most mit izélsz? Nem magyarázz neki! Rángass már el onnan! Ez leves. És így ezzel Algernon így... Gyere onnan, erősebb vagy nála. Hát baszeg. Na jó, de ez most igazából még nem történt meg, nem? Hanem ezt láttuk most a börtönbe. A bőribe. Vagy de? Nem, ez megtörtént. Most történt meg. De most akkor vissza a bőribe.
Sarah Hawkins. Why did she do it? Damn it.
Hát akkor vagyunk, amikor vagyunk, csak hogy most akkor, mint Pierce, így ezt láttuk, hogy megtörtént. Vagy át is éltük. Marcel, hali-hali. Szia. Hogy vagy?
You don't have any idea what's happening on this damn island.
Ezek sügerek. Sügérek. Mind a kettő sült bolond.
Captain Fitzroy, Chief. Some guys have ransacked Roy's bar. They went berserk, attacked the patrons, smashed the place up. It's chaos.
This is only the beginning. Let me out.
Let's go take a look. Tell Sullivan and Marshall to keep this one nice and warm till I get back.
Are you stupid? Don't you understand?
Stupid. Valaminek kell itt lennie.
Goddamn idiots.
Vagy mi alszunk itt a padon, és ennyi. Basszus. Ez akkor fúra leves. Mármint, hogy... Hát egyrészt ez egy kurva szar alvás, nyilván. A bőribe egy padon. Másrészt meg... Mi? Mi történt?
Truth Seeker. I find you again.
Megint itt elváltán.
As promised.
Helyes, Marcel, helyes.
To reiterate the offer of truth. As your mind expands and finally understands the true nature of the world, your perceptions change. Are you ready to see your world and the ones that live in it as they truly are?
Mindenképpen igen. Hogy kiderüljenek. Aha, akkor most ezt fejtsük vissza. Hát egy kulcs, jó, azt nem tudjuk, a gerebje 3 pontos J betű, plusz a sétapálca, igen, a 2 olló, sőt, hát ez 3 olló, igen. Szárny, nem, várjál. Azt kell nyomnom, hogy vissza tudok fejteni. Milyen ez úgy tűnik? Szárny, karthal, fagyos T-betű, a búzakalász, ez egy ilyen ingnek a felső része. Ez egy áthúzott V-betű, megint búzakalász. Csónak. Hegedű. Ez lehet akár egy nyílpuska. Ez mi? Azt nem tudom. Fagyos ablak. Hát, az nem. Hát, a többi az esélytelen. Mi? Ez egy nyílpuska. Ez lehet egy... hát jégcsapok. Szétcsapok, jégcsapok. Fagyos T-betű. Ez egy lambda jel. Ez egy hal. Ez meg egy bonszájfa. Na. Megfejtettem, mesterlövész puska. A többiben túl sok olyan van, amit hát mondjuk egy csákány, kulcs, gomba, Itt dupla ugyanolyan is van. Menjen ez, nem? De tehát ezek mik amúgy? Mindegy, mit nyomtam volna, nem?
Survivors. I never would have thought you so naive. It's all your fault. You could have stopped this whole thing.
Na, macska nem magyaráz?
Your army buddies, the villagers, me. We're all in danger as long as you're alive.
Mi? Azt mondod, Csiró? Sem mindegy. Ez még nem egy jó jel. Úgy nincsen alacsonyan. Hát mondjuk lehet, hogy de. De nem éreztem úgy, hogy olyan alacsonyan lenne. Mármint, hogy nem éreztem úgy, hogy sokkal többet találhattam volna. Hát lehet, hogy csomót kihagytam. Mindenki be van mindenki be van gőzölve, bolondulva. Igen, ez most horror. És akkor most megint átlövelünk a talának a testébe? Persze. Nem.
Dom, what happened?
Want to hear what these two Egypts have to say?
Lesznek.
This better be interesting.
Seems like someone decided to grant you your deepest wish.
A mutiny?
Most akkor macskával vagyunk?
They killed Chief West.
What?
And left his body in one of our warehouses.
You're kidding.
They're all yours.
Which one of you is dumb enough to kill a cop and throw him on my doorstep?
We don't know nothing.
The dead body in my warehouse disagrees.
We swear, miss, it's not us.
I don't have time for this.
De most ilyenkor a mostani karakterem képességeit tudom használni, vagy az eredeti karakterem képességeit?
I want to know everything about the corpse over there, or I swear you will meet the same end.
If we speak to you, we're dead. If we don't speak to you, we're dead.
Akkor meg nem mindegy.
No. Listen, miss. We didn't see what happened, but we heard noises and talkings like.
Jó, egy bajusz van ott hátul.
Betrayed.
By whom?
Go. Look
at the way it's hot.
Find out for yourself.
Szat akkor macska.
Let's go, Dom. Where is this workshop?
I'll go with you. He must be talking about the old boat repair workshop.
Nézzük, úgy iszonyat gangsterbe bajussza. Úgy néz ki, mint a... Hogy hívják a Peaky Blindersben, nem jut eszembe neve. Vagy őt mintázták róla, vagy róla mintázták őt.
Quieten these lunkheads down before I shiv the lot of them.
I'll take care of them. A bunch of liquor sponges aren't going to lay down the law around here.
Bunch of liquor sponges.
I'll take a look at this workshop. Join me when you're finished.
Bocsi, még a füles is leesett. Köszönöm. Kösz. Hát egy kicsit szaftos lett az egész minden. Mik ezek a füstölők? Hol a hulla? Fönn. És mi hol a hulla? Vagy mit vizsgálok? Vagy most... Vagy agyam? Vagy most mi van?
Here we are. Here we are.
De mi? Más nem is lehetett vizsgálni. Mi? Ja. Nyugi. Elrejtették egy minimálisan. Hát egy kicsit itt rejtegették, egy kicsit itt hátra. Milyen szoba ez? Szóval milyen iroda lenne, vagy én nem tudom. Na mindegy, rekonstruáljuk, hogy mi történt. Aha.
Someone moved the corpse here. Where did the murder happen?
Lomos. Ezt mondod? Ilyen szépen volt itt. Azt mondja, hogy... Igen, hát itt végighurcolta, az biztos, mert lenn is volt vér.
Down the stairs.
Igen, azt... Hát nem tudod teljesen, az fix, mert... is vér volt. Mi az, ami itt még lényeges? A véren kívül. Jó, hát... Kintről hozta volna be. Nem, itt szó... Azt a mekkora kés gecó. Az mi? Az áldozati dökő. Azt a kurva. Csuhás polip. Hát ezek nem az, hogy who were those guys, hanem kik ezek, vagy mik ezek inkább. Tehát... Csuhások járnak papapucsba. Csuhások járnak illumine patris. Leverenda alatt pálinkát visz. Micsoda?
You're not supposed to be here, Truth Seeker.
Hopp, közben lőnek kint. Bravo. Te gyerekek, hát amúgy rálőttem. Miss volt? Iszonyat miss volt? Hát de bazdek, hát mi? Kamu miss amúgy. Ha ez miss, akkor az kamu miss. Szoftver hiba.
Get out of here! Go! I'll cover you! Die! You filthy rat! Damn it!
És akkor most vissza megint a Police Stationbe. De amúgy akkor kiderül most már itt... Hát mindenki rájön, hogy mi történik. És hát... Nem. A zsaruk, akik bezártak, azoknak fingjuk nincs. De valószínűleg nem is lesz. De macska már benne van. Az egész... Amúgy ez kiderült, hogy az egész falu egyébként altatót szed. Konkrétan mindenki. Vagy ilyen, mit tudom én, a város, vagy mindenki altatót szed.
Wake up. What happened?
Na, és akkor végül is ugye itt voltunk végig.
What? Tell me.
My head.
Zöld lett a szeme. Zöld lett a szeme.
Damn it, pull yourself together.
They got me. I can't resist any longer.
Le kell lőnünk. Amúgy minden unlockol van. Egyébként maxos az eloquence-ünk. Menjen is, nem? Kimaxoltuk.
We will figure it out, so try to calm down. Okay. Okay. We both know that Fuller is behind all this. We're gonna catch him.
Amúgy nem biztos, hogy Fuller van mögött.
I must tell you about Sarah Hawkins. I was unable to stop her.
What do you mean, unable?
She left with the bookseller. He came back alone. Told me she couldn't resist the call. The doctors told me later that they saw her going in the direction of the whaling station.
Damn it!
I'm turning, Pierce, into one of those things.
Le kell lőni, mi?
Keep fighting it, Bradley.
It's too late. You have to end this. Do it. Kill me.
Enough killing.
Idiot!
Lejárt!
Now go, you imbecile.
Szélser. És akkor most nem tudjuk lelőni? Tehát, hogy... Ajaj, de jó. Hát 60%-on volt. Átrakjuk így. Ez valószínűleg amúgy nem jó. Le kellett volna lőni. Csak hát olyan gyorsan kellett dönteni.
Sarah Hawkins was going to the whaling station.
És mindenkiből zombi lett amúgy?
Stop. Oh God. What am I doing?
Nincsenek extra lootok. Ó, bazdmeg, itt kicsit több zombi van.
How did you manage to get out of your cell?
Majdnem lelőttem azt is.
Officer Bradley came to free me.
Bradley and his sense of justice.
Túléltem volna, hogyha lelövöm. Hát egyszerűen meghalt amúgy, az a legjobb. Hát...
He stayed at the police station.
What? That's not like him.
He had things to do.
Aha, he had things to do. És ezzel meggyőztük. Ezzel meggyőztük. A világ vége történik a városba, és meggyőztük azzal, hogy hát a rendőrőr sem maradt. Egy kis dolga van. Zombik vannak az úton. Jó, hát mondjuk... Hát végül is értem. Hát izélni kell. Mészárolni, virtuálisan. Virtuális mészárlás.
It looks like an old Seaway map.
Bloody captain.
Rekonstrukció. The bloody captain.
And when they found me, they ate my flesh.
Ja, az óriás izé volt a Leviatán. What the fuck? Az... Vágod, amit kifogtak? Az óriás, hát ugye a bánának mondták, de...
If I prove able to resurrect life, then it will only be a matter of time before I know how to create it. It will be the end of gods, be they ancient and powerful.
What the fuck? De mi a frici? Vagy most mi? A frici. Ne. A frici volt végig mögötte. Vagy mi?
Someone with exceptional sensitivity to his dreams. This gift will lead him to this island. As I am the Oracle, I speak for him we cannot name.
Track the truth like the bloodhound you are.
What has she done?
De most mi akkor? Mi?
What are you still doing here, Detective?
I need to go to the whaling station.
It's locked. You'll need a key to get there.
Right.
Go get me a first aid kit. I might have something for you.
You were chasing Fitzroy, but now you're here, injured.
Hát mondjuk úgy néz ki, hogy mint a saras lenne.
Got us. If I don't get something to stop the bleeding, I'm a goner.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Hurry up. I won't last long.
Mi ez FPS drop? De csak néhol. It has destroyed all the ways of the island. We want all the boats removed from the bay immediately. Hát itt nincs lófasz sem. De mi, hol volt first aid? Ó, kint van valahol. Nem? De csak ott abban a szobában droppol. Köszi. Nem csak ott, itt is most már.
What happened here?
Vele el lehet... Jobbra.
Who's there?
De beszélni tudnak, csak ilyen zombultak.
How many died because of this madness?
Who's there?
Lőve. Nem tudom, hogy hol keresek mit, de körülnézek. Bárhol lehet bármi.
Shit. Is that you, detective? Can't leave the damn island, huh?
Nem.
I must go to the whaling station.
I'll help you get there if you bring me something to fix this wound.
I'm coming back with a first aid kit.
Ma inkább macskát, nem?
I'm dying.
Vagy most mindkettőt meg lehetne? De mi ez az FPS drop amúgy? Úgy casuálban lelövök mindent. Na, itt van a szakágyepál.
Sorry.
Hát, már nincs itt. Nem lag. Dropi. Dropi. Ez meg ott mutat, mint egy nyíl lenne. Ez meg mutatja, ide mutat a nyíl. Csak erre lehet.
Hey, you! They got the boss. Nasty wound. I wanted to get her the first aid kit in the Hawkins warehouse, but there's one of those poor bastards in it. Too dangerous.
I'll see what I can do.
Most ez a first aid kit, az nem lesz elég mindenkinek.
One first aid kit.
Egy.
2 wounded people. Who deserves it?
Hát, bassza, egyik se amúgy. De most egyik se, nem? Segítsünk a csajnak. Segítsünk a csajnak, mert a csajjal már voltunk egyszer.
Shit. They're going to the whaling station. I'd better hide and wait until they're gone.
Most mentek el, genyó. Éken mi lett volna, hogyha... Mi van? Semmi. Etetés. Vagy... De etetés. Most még ezeket nem lőhetem le? Hát látod milyen lakosok vannak. Vagy sérültek. Vagy zombultak. Ezt tudjékok.
Go get me a first aid kit.
Itt van.
I might have something for you.
Meg ő mondta is, hogy van nála valami.
Here, take it.
Right. The entrance to the whaling station is behind the Hawkins warehouse.
Ennyi? Jaj, a kulcsot adta. Na, hát végül is akkor ez így jobb volt, nem? Vagy hát nem tudjuk, hogy a másik az mi lett volna.
Enough!
Enough. Mondom, lehet, hogy a másik ajtóhoz adott volna a kulcsot. Szerintem végtelen. Tölteni nem tölt. Lőszert nem mutat. Ez ilyen bujócska hely. is lövünk mindenkit, nem? Ott. Hát lövök mindenre. Hát ez mondjuk aztán óriási ugrás volt. Kellett. Hát nem végtelen. Büdös picsába. Hát mit mondjak? Ez így baj. Nem tudom, csak jövök itt a fény után. Igazad van. Oké, mindegy, megoldottuk, nem kellett lőni se itt a végén már. Előtte meg csak azért lőttem, mert úgy látszott, hogy nem fogy-e. Most abban reménykedünk, hogy azelőtt kapjuk el a szarát. Mielőtt valami rossz történik. Ennél rosszabb, ami eddig történt. Töltés. Átra. Csácsubi.
Hither thou shall be freed. Sarah is with those bastards. I gotta find her quick.
Get into the main room.
Locked.
Jó, nem is engedne leesni. Nyilván. A fuck is... Hát csak ott droppolgatott, nem lehet tudni miért.
A rope and a hook. Could use that to hold the reservoir back.
Reservoir back. Could use that to hold the reservoir back. Huh? Thank you. Kulcs. Ez a kulcs, ez a fönti. Itt van valami még.
Fuller was a crew member too. Interesting.
Good. Ő is ott volt a hajón, de ez sejthethető volt, nem?
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Reverendás. Mutatja, hogy itt van valami még. Hol?
Looks like a page from a log from 1847.
Igazából a másodikon lett volna, nem? Tehát az a lényeg, hogy kifogták ezt a... de majd meg tudjuk nézni. A másodikat. It particularly... practically gutted our ship with these tentacles. I don't know how. My harpoon finally pierced the skull of this monster. The crew is in a sorry state. Fuller looks after injured, but some will not recover. De gyakorlatilag ez a Miraculous Sketch, amiről szó volt az elején, amikor tehát izé volt, éhetett az egész város, vagy falu, vagy akármi. Kifogták ezt a lényt, amivel konkrétan az egész helyet megetették, úgymond. Ki tudja meg mit műveltek azzal, mit műveltek vele. Sziadoki.
This tank seems strong enough to break down the door. I'll be lucky if it's still sharp enough.
És?
It mentions the Leviathan, how it drove the sailors mad.
The whole crew has descended into madness. They speak of dreams, visions of nightmarish city and of a sleeping god. Madness. Teljesen megőrültek. Ez kell. Amúgy miért jövök le? Amúgy föl kell menni így. Bravo. Tolagos gondolkodás, menet.
This should stop the cart from moving. This should help me get the tank swinging. Doesn't work. I need something to cut the rope to release the tank against the door.
Így, és akkor késsel elvágjuk. Csat! Még gyorsan elosztjuk a pontokat. Hát amúgy 6 kell ez, 5, 2 van. Majdnem, hogy mindegy, nem? Nem tudom, hogy strength-re kell-e még pluszba. Mármint úgy, hogy használatos. Vagy nyugi, már nem úgy akartam. Mindenképpen megnézzük Skyrim, mindenképpen megnézzük.
What is that thing? What is that thing? No. That voice. You're the Leviathan.
De ez itt!
Sarah?
Rápörskölte a leveját annak a a nyálát. És akkor most vissza a kezdőirodába.
Hello. Who is this?
The quest for truth requires sacrifice. There's no room for compassion.
Who's there?
Your stubbornness at wanting to help others who would have deserted you is a weakness. Fate leads us inevitably to solitude, and in one's final moments one is always alone.
Akkor áldozatra van szükség.
It will always find its way.
Damn it! Everything points back to the day they brought in that thing.
Hú. Azt mondod, hogy ez meg se történik? Azt mondod nekem. Of the madness. Mi ezt föl tudja törni, nem? Hamilton's logbook. Logbook. We long to hope for. We must find it whatever it is.
Belonging to the captain of the Scylla. The page, while the sailors were going insane, Fitzroy and the mutineers took over the ship.
Fitzroy nevezte el.
Probably killed the captain.
It's biblical nature. Az lényeg, hogy kifogták ezt a levajatánt, és konkrétan, hát ez kurva jó volt nekik, megőrültek tőle, de gondolom utána meg is ették.
They eat his flesh while he's still alive.
Élvették meg. Miért ide be lehet jönni? Muszáj oda menni hozzá, nem? Vagy... Amúgy nem muszáj, mert ezt föltöröm.
Perfect.
Learn to obey.
Az ide vagy jóba.
Ah, finally awake. How do you feel, Mr. Pierce?
Fuller! Son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
No, I'm not even really with you. Well, to be perfectly precise, I am with you. But not in this cell.
What have you done to me?
Me? Nothing, really. See, it's one of the exquisite effects of this incredible creature.
Akkor Lén csinált mindent. Csak ugye megették a húsát, úgyhogy közben meg is őrültek tőle.
Well, shall we begin?
Élve ráadásul. Menjen, nem? Persze most már menni kell az árral, úgymond. Mindenképpen bele kell állni. Mondjuk a húst megenni. Hát azt azért csak nem? Mindegy, mert így is megettem.
Let me take a sample from you. Flesh.
It looks good.
Spinal fluids. Don't fear. I created them. Who knows what I can make?
I killed him.
A necessary sacrifice that proves your determination.
Most akkor kell sacrifice, vagy nem kell sacrifice?
Find the truth and be free.
Hát gyerekek, hát itt már semmi sem valódi. Vagy ha valódi, se tudjuk, hogy mi az, ami nem valódi, vagy valódi. Nézd meg. És bejövök egy szobán, ami ugyanaz. We call this Pitmaster privilege. Sorry for eating in front of ya. Sorry for eating in front of ya, but we call this... Most akkor ez jó ajtó volt. Hát nem. Hát távolról úgy tűnik mindegyik, nem? Jó, mindegy, most ezt eltaláltuk. Vagy... Mi van?
Nothing's happening.
Kamu. Most itt ez... Az ott minden kamu? Ezek így nem kamu. És most értjük, hogy most mégis mi van? Nézem, mindkét oldalt meg kell csinálni, nem? De várjál. Ez az. Ez az. Nézni kellett volna a csövet, nézni kellett volna a csövet. Hát pedig azt hittem, hogy az az ötetés. De itt most hogy döntöd, hogy melyik az? Melyik jó? Most vagy ott mi van? Hát a legtávolabb is, nézd meg most ott. Azon is ment. Nem, itt nem mentem. Bravo. Ne, teljesen jobbra. Minden csak illúzió. Akkor most ez melyik? Hát de várjál. De melyik az, gecó? Nem azon az oldalon van. Itt kéne lennie. Itt. Legyen ez. Nem. Ez se ez, de... Mi? Hát akkor mi? Akkor egyik se jó. Akkor mindegyik rossz. Ez akkor mi a megoldás? A megoldás, hogy most felhúzom.
Nothing's happening.
Valami van. Most ez érdekes. Szank. Ezt most nem látható. Nem próbáltam már minden egyet, de most megpróbáljuk az utolsót is, bár mi lenne az? Hát, hogy de várj... Hát létezik? Geci! Mármint, hogy... Igazából végig tudtam amúgy. Hát csak gondoltam szórakoztatok őket egy kicsit. És ez most jó, vagy rossz? De egyébként... Egyébként hogy élhet a Leviatán még? Jaj, repnegyik. Hát gyanús, hogy nem fog sehogy se élni. Fitzroy, Fritzi.
Time to hoist the white flag. We're not gonna hurt you.
I won't go without a fight.
You think you're here of your own accord?
Stay back, or I'll put a bullet in your head.
De most ezek akkor nem emberek.
Our supreme oracle has spoken. You will follow your destiny.
What?
In his awakening.
I see. You cannot escape my awareness. I followed your wanderings, your choices, your attempts to free yourself from destiny.
Subnautica.
But it is unavoidable. And as I predicted, you have come to free me. Awaken and call him.
Végre találkoztunk a Leviathannal. Teljes valójában. Hát most konkrétan ki akarjuk szabadítani a kultistáktól. Nem? Én már nem tudom. Most... Gefilte fish. Gefilte fish. Beestünk a vízbe, átestünk egy másik dimenzióba. Micsoda?
I can't hear the voice anymore.
Ilyen messze hogy kerültünk onnan? Hopp, sunyiba. De a barlangba.
Trapped. Keep going.
My God.
De mi ez, egy ugrás?
This way. Stand up. Walk.
Is somebody there? Hey, who are you?
Köszi szépen macskának az ajándékszabot. Ez... Hát azt írja, hogy már, de még csak a második ajándékszab. Köszi szépen macskának.
Where am I?
Itt voltunk már itt, nem?
The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
Mi? Átvert végig!
To our fallen crew members, they have given their lives for a greater purpose. The last name added is that of Charles Hawkins. I'm willing to bet that they killed all the survivors of the miraculous catch. To our fallen crew members, they have given their lives for a greater purpose. The last name added is that of Charles Hawkins. I'm willing to bet that they killed all the survivors of the miraculous catch.
The miraculous catch was a trap. Leviathan wanted to be found.
What the fuck? De az mi vagyunk?
It will soon be time, Edward Pierce.
És ez még él. Vagyis hát, nem lehet tudni.
None of this is real. I saw you dead, as I see you now. Am I crazy too?
You survived. Don't you understand? You couldn't die. You will stay alive until you've fulfilled your destiny.
No!
Look at me. Look at me, Pierce. Dare tell me that you still don't believe it.
De nem áll most, bazdmeg, ilyeneket miért kell, geci? Azért van kibaszott time mode csinálva, kiváltásra, hogy ilyenek ne legyenek már. Nem tudom mi van juhos, meg ilyen, hogy most tudom én, tök mindegy. Tehát ne csináljunk már ilyeneket. Mindjárt kitime-oltok én mindenkit, azt akkor szavaztok. De most akkor... Hát jó van még, hogyha poénkodik vele, még el is fogadom, de amikor... nem tudom. Hát amúgy... Tehát nem, menjünk a investigation. Kurvára hallucináció csak.
You insist on ignoring the truth when it's right there in front of you. Sarah Hawkins saw you as you really are. This painting is
proof.
This is madness.
Madness!
It's not just your life that is at stake. Many men and women have sacrificed themselves for this.
Na, úgy mehet.
Colden.
You will not deprive them of their hope of a better life.
Úgy mehet, Tarsi. Úgy is van.
We will all die like him.
His life was written well before it started. It was not predetermined that he lived to see the call. But you? Yes. It is your destiny.
Tehát akkor azt mondod, tehát azért nem tudom elolvasni a szöveget, mert nincs elég okkultizmünk. Csak ezt a kettőt tudjuk mondani. Amúgy mondhatjuk ezt is.
I believe no more in destiny than I do in vampires, gods.
Hát mondjuk eddig egész végig azt mondtuk.
Oh, well done. That will really impress her.
Again, this denial. It doesn't matter anymore. The future is now but an image that Sarah Hawkins has painted for you. Why don't you go and join her, you who believe in nothing? And then you'll see. You'll see that there are truths so powerful, so overwhelming, that even a mind as narrow as yours cannot withstand them.
And what is your truth, Cole? What is your role in this story?
I must take you to Sarah Hawkins, our oracle.
Sarah, tell me where you took her.
Amúgy végigvihettük volna akkor már azzal.
Alabaster Point.
I'm going to get her. Don't try to stop me.
Of course.
Hát nem is akar, ő akar odavinni, azt mondta.
Get out of my way.
Stop fighting the dead.
Macskát a chatről.
No one can fight their fate. Neither them nor you.
Nem, hát teljesen megbolondultunk.
Shut up! Silence! Stop! Go away!
Pedig nem is piáltam, csak a játék elején ittam egy pohárral.
Don't resist, Edward. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do.
Hát piálni nem piáltam. Piálni nem piáltam, itt más dolgok történtek, mint pia. Ez nem elég a pia.
What happened to me? Sarah. I must go to Sarah. She is the oracle. She will know what to do.
Gondolom lefele kell menni. Nem visszafele, vagy vele? Ez csak a...
It always comes back to the Scylla. It was where it all began.
Tehát nincsen semmi, de az eljövök. Jaj, bocsi. Tehát, hogy a végső konfrontáció. Hát, nekünk... Mi? Tehát most amúgy nem tudom, hogy mennyire van hatással bármelyik döntés így az egész játék kimenetelére, de azért nagyon marhára úgy tűnik, hogy kurva sokféle döntés van. Gyakorlatilag az egész játék más lehetne, hogyha másokat mondtam volna. De még azt nem. Tehát amúgy ebben sem vagyok biztos. Úgy tűnik, hogy más lenne, hogyha máshogy döntöttem volna, de lehet, hogy nem.
You died in front of my eyes.
Don't jump to conclusions. Is there not the tiniest spark of a scientific mind inside of that detective skull of yours?
What abject substance did you use to turn her into an empty shell?
Abject substance. The serum extracted from Leviathan's oil bestows the power of life. To me, my body is nothing but the mortal vessel of my conscience. To you, it contains more answers and secrets than your insignificant mind can grasp.
That is not
Egyáltalán hol van ez? És hát ez nem valódi. Ez nem valóság. Nyilván, már rég nem volt valóság. Amint hogy hát nyilván nem valóság, hát lebegnek a dolgok. Meg halucinálok végig.
I did what I could. Even for Colden.
Your efforts to change your destiny, although in vain, make you worthy of the fate that is yours. The day has come. You will be asked to choose.
De most sem tudom, mi közül kell döntenem. Majd.
Destiny. You forsook your right to a normal life the moment you chose power over humanity. No one wants to see such an unbearable sight.
You don't have the slightest idea of what you speak, of what I've been through. I have sacrificed my life to the one who sleeps. My marriage, my family, my own flesh. Why didn't Sarah choose me? Why is it your damn face on her painting?
De hogy akkor végig ez volt a végzet, tehát akkor tök mindegy mit csinálunk, mert ez volt a végzetünk.
But you already know it. I can see that you will make the right choice.
I don't know. I don't know.
Your fear of the unknown and your stupid pride cloud your judgment. Quit lying to yourself and embrace your destiny. It's not cowering that brought you those medals. None of this is real. Trust your guts.
If nothing's real, what are you?
I am a projection of your mind. What remains of that instinct that pulled you out of the trenches. Don't listen to them. They're too dangerous for your tired mind.
De amúgy... Hát hiába mondja azt, hogy ne hallgassak rájuk, hát nézze meg hol vagyunk, hát itt milyen döntést lehet hozni. Nézd meg ezt a helyet. Hát nyilván nem valódi, de mégis itt vagyunk.
I'm almost there.
Minden azt sugallja, hogy ez a sorsunk, meg minden. Nézd meg. És ki az ott a földön? Ki az a Drake? Argenon.
Here you are at last, Truth Seeker.
She was waiting for you.
You were waiting for me.
Yes. When I finally discovered the truth, I knew you would come. All this time I was fighting it, afraid of what I might discover, but I was afraid of myself.
It's coming.
What did you learn?
Listen to me, Edward Pierce, as I will deliver the truth.
Sajnos azt nem lehet, mert hát ugye a okkultizm az nem sikerült. Viszont akkor megyünk vele. Én azt mondom, tehát hogy mivel azt nem tudjuk mondani.
I have seen things. Strange and horrifying, but always true.
Will you trust my words?
Yes.
One man only prepared by the trials and revelations holds the power to change the world. Because I saw you in the dreams I share with my God. I recognize you for what you are. A truth seeker. One of the rare humans who is able to perceive fragments of his mind.
Yes, yes.
Jó, te már amúgy is jóképű vagy.
Because it was written. Or, as I like to see it, painted on the canvas of fate.
Pierce, help me!
Jó, hát itt már azt fővágják, már mindegy, nem? Innen már... What? Őt nekem kell csinálni? Most már muszáj vele menni, nem? És mindegy, hogy most jó, rossz, vagy akármilyen ending. Egyszer megint oktam. Akármi fog történni utána. Tegye le! Én ma muszáj vele menni! Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Szintroxin tud fordítani. Cthulhu, Katara, Flatagen. Belém fogja döfni. Cthulhu! Cthulhu! Oh. Megidéztük Cthulhut. Végrehajtottuk a szertartást.